Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of our Fear the Old lore through of Dark Souls 1. Yesterday we went through checking out a bunch of the triggers for Lautrec, Gwendolyn, and Guinevere in New Londo. Then we came to the Painted World much later and showed off a little bit of King Jeremiah. And we just kind of finished up with doing that, and then we picked up the Dark Ember after a few difficulties with getting toxic but no way to cure it for our footage. And so all we have to do left really is just kind of go through the very back portion of the Painting World, and then we'll encounter the boss of the area and all the things that come along with that. So before ending last time, we picked up the Dark Ember, which I do believe I read. And then we also picked up Velka's rapier, which I did not read. So that's what we'll begin with right now. And of course, everybody, welcome back. Ascension, thank you for lurking. D4C, welcome in. And Emlyn, thank you for the good luck. Hope you're all doing pretty well today. So this is a Velka's rapier. It's a symbolic, powerful thrusting sword used by the Pardoner serving Velka, goddess of sin. It is no mere symbol, to be sure. The Pardoner is an inhuman swordsman and wields this enchanted blade with special sword technique. That it says that the Pardoner's an inhuman swordsman. I should probably look at that sometime. The only real Pardoner that we see of Velka is kind of like Oswald of Karim. So it's a little bit interesting that we don't have really any NPCs here that we can interact with other than Priscilla towards the end. Christian Doherty and Bora Quapsico, welcome back. So, I might as well just look at the Dark Ember again. The church long hid the forbidden Black Ember, and no living blacksmith knows of it. Cult weapons were used to hunt the gods and are effective against their followers and kin. So, there's a lot of things we can say about the Dark Ember being here, but it really doesn't come to much just because it's just unknown, really, why it's there. I could probably level up. Especially if I kill these guys. So yeah, I should probably also farm here a little bit, if for no other reason than to... I didn't even look at my health when I looked at my stats. I was just looking at my souls, so... Maybe they clipped me enough to kill me? That's a little bit surprising. So there goes my humanity. I'm not going to reload it. But I will equip a different ring. Thanks. That's great. Of course, I have the binoculars out as always. Venom says, Oswald is no way an inhuman swordsman. He's rather weak even. Yeah. So, I don't think that description is meant to be for Oswald, but it's just interesting that we have all these sets here, but no real NPCs to go with them. You can make the argument that it might be like related to one of the Corvians, because they've transformed due to their faith in Velka. But that's just kind of stuff you have to piece together, as opposed to actually having concrete reasons for it. Bobbin, welcome back in. Happy Friday yourself. So I think this will bring us to 14 intelligence. Yeah, okay. Probably just level up once more. I should also probably start reinvesting into endurance, just because I remembered if we go to fight the Four Kings, I won't be able to wear the Havel ring. I certainly can't take off Fina's ring. So that'll be a little bit problematic going forward, I suppose. But at least between then and there, we'll be able to get a few more souls. Maybe level once or twice more. Patch again, welcome back. He said, greetings, hope you don't miss anything today. Nope. We pretty much just started, and I'm just the only thing I did, I looked at Velka's rapier's description, and that was it. So we've already gone through most of the painted world, as I was saying, but as for now, oh, not enough. Okay. As for now, you really haven't missed out on much. But since this is like the best spot to farm in the game, may as well just do a little bit of it now to smooth things out. So we don't have to do it later. We get like another shield or two. Okay, so now we should definitely be good. Not that we kind of weren't already good. So the next thing to do is to go fight the giant dragon butt, essentially. And a few of the Corvians along the way. Oh yeah, and I didn't go in the building where we just found the Velka's rapier. So I guess there's slightly more than I was thinking at first. So we'll go in that building first. So this is where we picked up Velka's rapier, a little bit on accident last time. And as we come into this building over here, that one archer will start shooting at us. And I think we heard dog rats. Yeah. From the outside before. I don't remember if there's any treasure in here. Or did this just come back in here and we were already here before? No, because there's the one under the ladder. Never mind. I'm pretty confident we haven't been here, yeah. Hey, get some humanity. Is the rats. Katie says, what'd you miss? Not too much. We pretty much just started. I read Velka's rapier description and that's pretty much it. There's something else over here. But do we need to like drop this way? Is that what it was? Okay, yeah, so that comes back out to the path where like all the bloatheads were. And I think this just kind of circles back around to it. Yeah, I'm pretty confident that's... So I guess there's really no purpose of going there other than just giving an alternate way to explore this region. So maybe I need to actually shoot down that corpse over there. Pretty confident there's a way to actually get up. Oh well, I'll probably just leave that for now. Do the Corvian stuff. This doesn't connect in. Yeah, so we would have just dropped here and then had to come back all the way around. Okay. McMyers, welcome back in. Said, how's it going? It's going pretty well. How about yourself? Rats eat corpses? Yes. A lot of enemies that drop humanities do so because they're anthropophage? Probably mispronounced that. Oh, probably has another humanity. Wait. So, did I just run past everything at this point? Probably. I think there's going to be a bloathead in the next room. No? Okay. Well, that kind of works out. If they don't chase me. So this is the undead dragon thing that I was talking about earlier. You can kind of be cheesed, but every time I fought it, or pretty much seen it happen, it like lost its butt, and it just kind of stays there. Oh, that's scary. Thought I should have saved it, just for the footage. I screwed that up a bit. Then it has like a poison breath. Oop. I really don't know how much damage I'm taking. Take that. Hey, it's okay. No, its butt's still there. Sweet. Alright, so that's us killing one half of the undead dragon. And then it drops a kind of item over here. We get the dragon scale. So that kind of does reconfirm that it is a dragon, and it's kind of interesting that this dragon's like all skeletal and crap. I think if you like hit the legs, they just kind of stand up. I don't remember why they get all goofy like that. And then we picked up the blood shield, which I think is really good against poison. I don't fully remember though. You can also like drop down behind it if I remember correctly, and that'll be another way to proceed forward to like Priscilla's area. How does Estus work in Dark Souls 3? I mean, I would assume it's the same, just like it's essentially heat. But with being an ash and ember, you can't retain the heat on your own so well, so that's why you need to get embered up and all that stuff. The word means something that eats humans? I figured that's what it was, I just don't know how to pronounce it. Patrick was about to Google it. Philippe says, you think the crows in Bloodborne are the most clever use due to the plague analogy and the visual that the crows grow so fat they can't even fly and just lazily crawl on the ground? Rips off its butt to get you on the bridge. Zionis, welcome back in. Philippe says, you do appreciate the direction for the undead dragon? There are dev stories that it was meant to be more grotesque initially, but they thought they needed to go for something with more dignity. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. You wonder if the dragon butt was an intended shortcut. Jump attack. So, I guess the dragon butt is to stop the players from like going forward, and this is the first time I've seen it like not glitch out on me. But as we do continue to strike it, I mean, you can see like even though the head's gone, it still kind of moves. I mean, the textures are a little bit grotesque, I suppose, but yeah. I wonder if this is supposed to be cloth on it now that I think about it. Maybe those are like veins. I don't know. So, what I meant to like talk about with that is, even if a dragon like loses its head or whatever, as long as it has scales, it perishes not. And that's kind of what the item descriptions talk about. I guess I may as well read the dragon scale again since we just picked up one of them. The dragon is inseparable from its scales, and the transcendent apostles who seek the perpetuity of the ancient dragons have crossed the very end of the earth to seek this invaluable treasure. And as I've mentioned before on the previous streams, it doesn't exactly say like they crossed the edge of the earth to do it or something like that. It's more like they're trying to go beyond the bounds of the world entirely, which kind of fits more in with the imagery of the apostles trying to transcend life itself, and that's kind of goes hand in hand with following the dragons overall. Let's go ahead and kill some more of the phalanx dudes, and then we'll go up to the left, which we haven't done yet. Oh, these are not in the best spots for me. They're all spread out. Good. If you jump attack, but it moves? Okay. Oh, okay. So is that intended, you think? The jump attack? Or is it just, you think it glitches out the thing? Okay. It's dried and decayed, but it's not like gross. Nice UV map from Soft. It looks like it was dead for a long time. Elda said, ahoy, just started reading Goblin Slayer and the healers use their miracles too. Was that the standard beyond the Souls games? I don't know. I actually haven't looked into Goblin Slayer. I've heard others talk about it a little bit, though. Healers in video games usually are religious classes. Yeah, you guys think it's glitch? Okay. It's kind of what I figured, too. Since just, like, hitting it normally wouldn't do it. Oh, yeah, this dude. It's crap. Oh, yeah, I meant to put on Pyromancy. Deal with this. I was just thinking I was probably close to dying, and it was pretty dumb for me to just like run straight at it without healing. Oh! You scared me. Oh, we're gonna get toxic. Alright, well, we're gonna go back, level up, get rid of the toxic crap. Annoying. I mean, I probably could just go through that area. At the very least, I've been meaning to equip the pyromancy stuff for a while. I don't know if I have enough attunement slots, so I might need to level that up first. No attunement slots, so that kind of puts a damper on things. Okay, we're already at enough intelligence there. How do you see? Oh, it's all the way on the right. Okay. Still not enough attunement. So what should I level up then? Let's just go with attunement. Probably want to use spells at some point. Although at the very least, I think I could probably kill something with the combustion move. Not like that. Probably not like that either. Okay, whatever. And then we also picked up that blood shield, which I didn't read yet. So, the blood shield spoken of in the Lost Legends. The red of blood is slightly enchanted and boosts various resistances. Okay, that's how you show the poison resistance. So it's got really good bleed resistance, which will be good for Priscilla, as well as a decent amount of poison and curse resistance. It's really not that bad of a shield at all. Especially since most other shields don't increase it whatsoever. So definitely a good shield for the area. The Goblin Slayer anime is brutal. Yeah, that's pretty much what I hear about it. Most RPGs, healers are clerics and priests and stuff like that. Fiona says definitely a glitch, the torso has no AI. Yeah, so I must have just jumping attacked it on my last playthrough too to get it to break. So I'll show that off when we go back towards it. And thank you guys for pointing that out to me. Because that'll be funny to show off. So if this dude can gank my back, let's kill it early. When that happens. Okay. Got a YOLO run. Not how you do it. Ooh, I thought it was too close. Okay. Sweet. So as we come up into this next square here, I think 2 Corvians fall down. They like jump down and attack. But they're already here. Oh, I was kind of right. Oh, I was definitely right. This is dangerous. These things can hit kind of hard. Got both of them. Okay, that was pretty hairy there for a second. And if you fall down there, I'm pretty sure it's just death. I don't even have any prism stones to show that off better, but I don't think this was anything, but let's check it. Oh, we got Vow of Silence. Damn it, I should have lined it up a bit better. Okay, so this is actually a really cool spell for this area. This is the secret rite of the black-haired witch Velka. Prevents casting of magic within effect area. Velka, the goddess of sin, is a rogue deity, but she is versed in arts both new and old, and is considered to have a great range of influence even as far as gods are concerned. So there's a few interesting things to talk about just with this item alone. Obviously, it's a miracle of Velka, but I guess in itself of being a miracle is kind of interesting. When we get to the times of like Dark Souls 3, this becomes associated with Londor. So in some ways you can associate maybe Velka as being more affiliated with the dark and humans and all that kind of thing. As far as her being called a rogue deity is concerned, the Japanese term used for it is itan, which really means like heretical or eccentric. But so rogue isn't exactly a bad translation, but at the very least it kind of shows that affiliation with Velka goes against like the established order of things, I suppose. And so from here, I guess I should have shown that up a lot better too. We get the Velka set that Oswald wears, the Mask of Velka, Black Cleric robe, Black Manchette, and the tights. So just going off of that. Robe worn by partners serving Velka, the goddess of sin. The partner's attire is uniformly black in color and said to be imbued with Velka's mystical power, which provides resistance against all manner of magic. If we do look at it, it does really have pretty decent magic resistance, but by that same token, it's really not that much better than most of the other like clerical type sets. Like, so this is the Firekeepers, and it's pretty comparable. And then the Black Iron Armor of Tarkus is just ridiculous overall. It also weighs a hell of a lot more. I don't think the mask will say anything different. Okay, maybe it does. Mask worn by partners serving Velka, the goddess of sin. The partners listen to the confessions of sinners, urging reflection and salvation. Their masks symbolize separation from worldly desires. Oh, that's really interesting. I don't remember that final line. So if they wanted to be separated from worldly desires, that really would go pretty well with the dragons and stuff. And it is also really curious that a dragon was even able to get inside the painting. Just because, I mean, the logistics of it. But if the painting is able to draw in the Forlorn, that's pretty much what we have to take at face value with the dragon stuff. And so this will bring us back to that one shortcut, not really shortcut, but that one hidden path that we found before. And this will take us back to the dragon butt in a second. And before I forget, oh yeah, we need to go up the stairs. Before I forget, I just did want to point out that the Vow of Silence miracle does say that Velka is a witch, which is pretty interesting because does that mean she's the same kind of witch as like the witches of Izalith, or is she something else? Sweet. I don't even know that they could chase me down there like that. And as I get free in a moment, I'll go ahead and catch up with you all in the chat. So I'll go to the yeah, I'll go to the bonfire. I'll save Scum for a second. You show off like the dragon butt, and then head towards the boss of the area as well. That's the way we need to go. No, probably not enough souls to level up. Oh well. Okay. Oh, and did I not kill Jeremiah yet? Oh, yeah, that's right, because I was going to, like, run way past everything. Okay, so I need to rekindle up the humanity and do the Jeremiah stuff, too. So this will kind of work out, I suppose. Alright. And Philippe says, the only way you can think to make a non-religious healer is with an herbalist or a doctor. Or like, I guess you could say that shamans are still kind of religious to a certain extent. They don't really relate together. Something can be rare without being exclusive to certain groups. Overall, it's a matter of setting. Hilda says, you mean potions aren't something you're fond of being sold like common items, and healing spells as tied to miracles feels appropriate, but you hate to revive the dead, blah, that's in some settings. Okay, yeah. Bobbin says, if you remember correctly, Bandai Namco had a shield design contest, and that's where the blood shield comes from. I don't remember if it's one of those four, but you might be right. That'd be a cool detail to point out, so I appreciate it. Let's put away our Pyromancy Flame. Let's quit and save scum. I probably should have done all this after the Jeremiah stuff. Oh, dang it. Okay, no, I did hit record. I was afraid I just did all that without recording, but nope, we're good. You think reviving the dead should be exclusive to necromancy, though that's for stuff like D&D? In video games, you need easy revives if you don't want to make roguelikes. Yeah. Elda says, yeah, unless you have mechanics like you aren't dead unless the whole party wipes, then the setting is aided a bit more. Maybe Velka's a witch because that's how she uses her magic. Like, maybe she doesn't use miracles herself, only those who call upon her do. Yeah, I mean, Velka might not use miracles herself. It's like the other people's belief in Velka as a goddess, which makes it a miracle, I think. But at the very least, that description does paint her as a witch. So whether or not she uses miracles, I suppose, is debatable. But I just wanted to point out that if we look at characters like Ivlana having previously been human, I suppose, maybe the same could have been said of Velka to a certain extent. Because I don't think anybody ever ends up calling like the witches of Izalith gods in any capacity in the games. But I could be wrong there. Flip says, you think you can make death a bit harder to trigger for making up revives being really hard to use? Katie says, the Japanese say she's a witch as well? I'm pretty sure it does. And do they use the same word as to describe the Chaos Witches? I would need to double check like all the Chaos Witch stuff. But if anything, it's just going to be like Majo, which essentially just means like magic woman or supernatural woman. That's annoying. Oh, did it kill me? How did I take so much damage? Let's get our humanity back. I wonder if Jeremiah will chase me to the ends of Priscilla's arena too. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, or yeah, we could fight Priscilla first and then do the Jeremiah stuff too, now that I think about it. That might be an easier way of triggering it. All of this just to get a close-up. Because we killed him like 2 or 3 times already. Elda says, you think the witches in Majo? Well, like, the Dark Souls doesn't have simple reviving of the dead. It's more complicated, things like curses and ascension. Philippe says, especially in games like D&D where you die in one hit in early levels if you aren't lucky. And in Dark Souls, you just don't die. Same with Sekiro, you don't really need to be revived. In Sekiro, you might straight up be trying to not be immortal anymore. Yeah, that's kind of one of the cooler aspects of Sekiro, where, like, the goal is to die, sort of. But not really. Stella, welcome back in. You said she could be a goddess worshipped by witches. Izalith used fire, so witches using sorcery may Turn towards Velka instead. I wouldn't say that because in the earlier days before pyromancy was a thing, it's said that the witches used what's called flame sorceries. So sorcery is something that might have been under the guidance of witches to begin with. And when we look at, I think it was Beatrice's staff, it points out that it's pretty rare for characters in the world to use sorcery without using like big old staffs or whatnot. But yeah, so we need to run away from Jeremiah to him to do his random crap and lose his aggro. We should be spawning in now. Wonder if I just like hid from him, he'd come at me. Oof. Spears. Big old bulbous head. Hide? Cannot hide. Not there. We're zigging and we're zagging. Damn it, he saw me. Why did it roll that way? Got an idea. It's a bad idea, but it's an idea. We just go fast enough, he might not be able to catch up properly. Watch him like fall through the map or something ridiculous. That'd be pretty ironic. Someone says you can't be... Oh yeah, that's totally true. That's good points. You can't be invaded if you kill the boss of the area. Fiona says, sorceries were just miracles with a different flavor lore-wise. And Floop said, in Demon Souls, miracles were just sorceries with a different flavor, because everything in Demon Souls is just a different form of soul arts. You mean that miracles look different, but fundamentally were the same as all other magic? I think that's kind of even true in Dark Souls, to be honest. We were talking about it a little bit on the Discord last night. Where am I going? Oh, yeah. And I think you can pretty much boil down to sorceries to, like, if a belief can affect the world, then sorceries can function pretty much the exact same as miracles. And it's really only one's belief in the world which, like, influences things, but just having enough intelligence and having, like, an idea of how the world is supposed to work, that could be good enough for sorceries. And it's, the real difference, I would say, between, like, the miracles and the sorceries is, I think it would imply that the power of sorceries comes from the soul or the self, whereas, like, miracles takes the idea of obtaining power from other forces. If that makes sense, because you don't really use your own power. Sort of. You place your belief in something else other than yourself to get the power of miracles. Wonder where our Xanthus King is. Probably should have killed the Phalanx. Alright, we're doing okay for now. Trying to walk quietly. Didn't bother to grab that slumbering dragon crest ring fully. I don't know where Jeremiah is. Maybe he's still chasing me? I don't know. Don't see a giant red head. Her talisman requires intelligence to use it for miracles derived from sorcery, kind of like how witches used to cast fire from staffs, yeah. Sorceries were just miracles of a different flavor lore-wise. You can't be invaded if you kill the boss, kind of, you guess. The witches of Izalith created fire sorceries before pyromancy, so your point makes sense. Intelligence, sorceries, and witches go hand in hand. It'd be interesting if Velka did come from the tribe that became Izalith, but she became a figure of humanity's history and thus an outsider, but recognized by Gwyn's tribe. Fleep says, you think it's mostly depending on what you channel inside the souls, the spell takes different forms. In Demon Souls, you think sorcerers were the first to really try to understand the mechanism of magic, instead of just channeling it instinctively like miracles and witchcraft, leading to magic that was much more streamlined. Eldith says, they think that's a bit simplistic. Like, intelligence seems to me you need to be smart, and your spells are like calculations, but miracles are strong belief, no math or science required. I mean, that's kind of what I was saying. Just the only difference is, I think with like the intelligence, it's just more like you have a stronger belief in the natural order of the world, and there's a stronger understanding of the principles of soul power and sorceries, which ultimately comes from your own belief in yourself and like understanding of things, as opposed to faith putting that value elsewhere. Bro, where did Jeremiah go? This dude just disappeared off the face of the earth. Did we get a ton of souls? Yeah, I don't know if that was from killing him or somebody else, though. I guess we could... Oh yeah, we could totally just go back to the bonfire and see if it works. If he doesn't invade again, then we goofed. At which point I'll just reload. Because I don't think we're going to be able to kill him. Not like kill him, but what do we say? How do we get over there? Do we need to jump? I don't think so. That seems way too dangerous. It's got to be like another way, because there's a door over there. I'm gonna die because I'm screwing around. And then I'll figure out what that door is in a moment. So, I guess Jeremiah should still be alive if we can't bonfire now. It's even more confusing. Sort of. And Fleep says, though it's unclear how much research goes into crafting miracles, Elda says, Demon Souls just shows how miracles and spells derive from the same source, but they're still different mechanics. Yeah, I think it's essentially the same. It's just using multiple methods to arrive at the same conclusions, essentially, if that makes sense. So strange. So he's got to be like this way then, because this is where we left him. That's just a regular dude. Alright, I think I'll just reload it. All this. But I might as well just show off like the goofy dragon mechanics. It says, you feel miracles would ironically be closer to witchcraft, as neither is based on the understanding of souls, though you don't think miracles directly channel the souls of demons. I feel like pyromancy is both like the belief in oneself as well as the power of fire. So I think it's kind of like a marriage of both faith and intelligence, or miracles and sorcery. This is the undead dragon butt. To me, it almost feels like they had to have known like people were going to be able to cheese it, and so they like broke off a bit of the tower. And speaking of the tower, like that's the tower we go to in Dark Souls 3 and fight Livid Pyromancer Dunnel and pick up the one sorcery, or not sorcery, but the pyromancy that's like right behind him. And so nothing will happen, like you can't you can't kill this dragon. This almost looks like the dark sign. Not really. Probably just a divot in it. Wait, did he just drop down out of nowhere? Probably just spawned in. We have another like random Baronike knight in this area. Titanite shard, okay. And I'll go up to Priscilla and show off the fight, and then reload, do all the stuff with Jeremiah, and see her again, because I do need like a lot of footage of her. So I guess this will kind of work out either way. We can even come in right now. Alright, let me catch up with chat, and then I'll go into a bunch of random spiels about Priscilla. Alright, that'll be good. Get a decent amount of like her just standing there, I suppose. Different angles. Tim says maybe try the bone wheel area? That's an idea. It would been great. Yeah, he could have dropped down there. Also, how'd you lose Jeremiah? So I just kind of I was trying to de-aggro him to see if he'd go back to his spot so we can like get a close-up of him with the camera, but it just didn't really end up working out. So I like ran down the bridge and then back, and then I like jumped up to the section right by Velka's rapier and just kind of wandered around that way. Miracles crafted by the gods or the followers? I'd say by the followers, essentially. So Gwyn, he might use like his own soul to create lightning, but I feel like other people believe in his power to create lightning, and so with enough belief in Gwyn, they're able to manifest lightning themselves. But again, there is like a bit of ambiguity to things, because when we do go to Anor Londo, we can see the Batwing demons. They use lightning. The gargoyles there use lightning instead of fire, so it might be a product of what you believe or what you're affiliated with, and that might tie into why Velka's followers end up as Corvians and Crow people. I don't know. Stella says, ultimately the whole intelligence and faith thing goes back to D&D stats effects on video game stats, so maybe we're overthinking it. Maybe, but I feel like there is a little bit of value in it. Sleep says, though faith could be defined as an ability to memorize and repeat certain things exactly, while intelligence is the ability to understand the mechanisms of the world. You think it was a glitch that they left in because it was useful? Peace Eagle says, that dragon needs to get their nails done. They haven't cut them in years. He hangs out on the other side of the gap there. Okay. I probably should have paid more attention. Edie says, you think in the earliest forms of the game you're supposed to fight Nito there? Okay. Miracle and sorcery is almost like a steam engine or a coal engine. Both are different ways of using combustion to achieve power. That's probably a good analogy to make. Faith is about discipline and the craft of miracles. He jumps down. Fiona says, the way you see it is that sorcery is the understanding of the logic of the soul. Pyromancy is the worship of the world. Hexes is the bastardization of the sorcery of miracles. And miracles is forcing your will upon the world. Loop says, you feel like it's more like a difference between alchemy and chemistry? Yeah, that's another good analogy. Hilda says, that Berenike Knight might not be forlorn. It might be an adventurer that overcame the Guardians. Or he could be a sad boy, I guess. That rapier is probably why we have the three sisters as swordsmen in 3. Probably. Especially since it says like they were an inhuman swordsman, which is still strange to me. They try to do the same things, but they don't use the same methods to create and understand the spells. Elda says, you think the gargoyles and demons with lightning are endowed with it because they are divine guards. But the magic itself is probably very similar. Okay, so now that we're all caught up, this is Priscilla, the crossbreed? I don't remember what her title plate is when you actually like fight her. So she's essentially a half dragon. Her items call her a crossbreed in English, but the Japanese is literally like half dragon. It also calls her essentially like the pure white or the snow white. It doesn't use like the character for snow. It's more like pure. So with her being a half dragon, with Seath being, you know, Seath the White, the Scaleless, there's probably an implicit connection to be made between them. And when we look at her closely, she does kind of resemble Yorshka, and even like the painting girl in Dark Souls 3. Had it not been for that most recent playthrough of Dark Souls 3, I wouldn't have believed that the painting girl was a dragon, but we did show off her eyes, and her pupils are kind of I forget the term, they're in slits, kind of like reptiles or snakes. And as we look at Priscilla, we can kind of see the same things going on. Let's zoom down the camera again. Because we'll need a decent amount of footage if we make a crazy lore video to break people's minds with Priscilla lore. Damn it, it just unfocused her face. Whatever. That'll be good from that angle. Over here. Yeah, if we get closer, the talk dialogue will go away. We zoom in at her face, you can see those dragon eyes. She's even got like those kind of tiny horns that you can sort of see on Yorshka maybe. And she has white hair. I don't really know if that's like super relevant. And she does have this kind of fairy tale thing going on. So if we also like look at her clothes, whatever you want to call this thing, that might have been what surrounded her, or what surrounded like the corpse at the end of the Painted World of Ariamis. No, Ariandel. Confusing myself. It kind of looked like fuzzy like this stuff over here. So, let's keep that in mind. Okay. Borquapsico says, miracles being based on the tales of God seems to put power in believing them so strongly that the tales' effects happen in the present through the one's will of them being true again. Yeah. Philippe says you can reach the right answer in multiple ways, but not all methods are equal in effectiveness, though miracles have a decent track record. You're guessing many miracles are based on spells used by the gods themselves, so miracles would be a reproduction of the soul arts of the gods. Hilda says, you think the ones who inspire miracles use miracles from their own power, and the miracles you use channel powers based on stories about those miracles. So pretty much is the same things. So we pretty much seem to be in a fair amount of agreement with how we're kind of looking at things here, which is cool. You think the ones who inspire miracles use miracles? Oh yeah, I read that. Ziona says, Batwing demons and serpent men are the followers of gods and use miracles to cast lightning. That's what you think. And Philippe says you don't know if it's called soul arts in this. There may not be a global term for magic in Dark Souls. Yeah, I don't think there's one specific one. And pyromancy may actually be different. Discussing magic in Souls is basically discussing the nuances. Yeah. So, her Life Hunt Scythe is kind of a draconic weapon, and only those who are dragons are able to use it without its power kind of recoiling against the user and hurting them. And it deals bleed really, really easily, so that's kind of one of the weapons we can get from her. And we can also get her tail, which will give us a dagger, which will be useful. Alright, let's think about how to pose ourselves for talking to her. Okay, this might be good. Okay, let's try it like this.
Who art thou? One of us thou art not. If thou hast misstepped into this world, plunge down from the plank and hurry home. If thou seekest I, thine desires shall be requited not.
So that's pretty much all you get from her.
Thou must returneth whence thou came. This land is peaceful, its inhabitants kind, but thou dost not belong. I beg of thee, plunge down from the plank and hurry home.
And you actually can leave the arena without fighting her by going off those steps and plunging down. And this is where we fought Pyromancer Drummel in Dark Souls 3 in the Painted World there. And we picked up the one Pyromancy, which I don't remember which one it was off the top of my head, at the edge of this little... Oh, damn it. At the edge of this bridge thing. Obviously in 3 you could get to the edge and fall off, and I think you'd die if you tried to go all the way down to where you fought the champion Gravetender. But in this one, if you get close, you don't have to jump off to trigger this cutscene, obviously, as it just happened to me right here. We get a homeward bone. Back in Anne Rolando. But with all that done, we can just hop right back into the painting. And so this time we'll get some of the footage without the Zweihander on my back. It's fine. Ella says, you like how they tip the scythe blade out, making it slightly more practical as a weapon than scythes actually are? And Katie says, you don't think the statue in Ariandel was her because of the concept art? You can show it on the Discord if you haven't seen it. Oh yeah, feel free. Elda says, Zionis, the Batwings may just even be using divine weapons since their spears have lightning already. You don't think they channel faith, you think they're just sworn to the gods after losing. At the very least, the gargoyles are different, which is still a little difficult to explain. So now that we did that, we should be able to fight Jeremiah again. And I guess we won't be able to run away from him and get super close-up footage, unfortunately. Unless I probably had access to a spell that I can't use. So now we have some magic that we can use. I don't know what I want to use though. Power Within's good, but not for a HUDless playthrough. We could use the Gravelord's Soul Dance, but our magic scaling is pretty crap. So I don't know, maybe Fire Surge would help me now. Replenishment would be good, but... Now that we're pretty much already done fighting the toxic boys. Oh yeah, I need to get rid of the phalanx again in case we try to run away from Jeremiah a little bit. Don't really intend to, but you never know. Of course, I should have remembered. The large leather shield, as usual. No, I won't. Fuck you, go away. So, I don't remember if Priscilla will like keep talking to us if we load up again. I should be careful. That's not being careful, and then I like angled it away. I'm pretty weak to fire. Ziona says, the weapon itself cannot cast lightning bolts when we use it. Unlike Ornstein's spear, they use it to cast the lightning bolt, but it really just becomes semantics by that point. Is it a catalyst for miracles, or does it have the power to cast lightning? Philippe says, the gargoyles may be golems, and golems can be infused with souls. You're not wrong, but at the very least, there is a difference between the gargoyles found in the Undead Parish versus the ones in Anor Londo. Just kind of worth musing over, I think. So he should be coming in now. I don't know if I could like run behind something and just chill. Probably not. Or do I actually have to loot one of the bodies? Still human, aren't I? Yeah. Or is it because I went into the arena with Priscilla? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Jeremiah. Might have to reload it anyway. We broke him. Damn it. Ziona says, the Serpentmen also cast lightning bolts, and the gargoyles seem to be golems created by the gods. Gargoyles are based on grotesques, statues of ugly creatures that decorate churches, either to ward off evil spirits or just scare the followers with creepy demons. Using gargoyles as constructed guardian for the gods makes a lot of sense. Personally, I think it's more fitting use of them than just monsters. Also note that the Bell Gargoyle's role was to test the chosen undead / protect the Bell. But, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with any of that, but it still doesn't explain why the ones in the church use fire, but the ones in Anor Londo use lightning. And when we do look at the lightning halberd description, it says because it stayed in Anor Londo for so long, it uses lightning, if I remember correctly. So let's check out the halberd again. Halberd of the Gargoyle, guarding the Bell of Awakening in the Undead Church. Wait, so is it not this one? Oh no, it's the Batwing Demon thing, isn't it? Yeah, okay, so I misremembered that. think the Anor Londo gargoyles are more expensive models. The golems aren't automations or automaton. I can't read right now. We're not sure how golems actually work. Tim says, "Do you think there's trigger all the way at the end of the cliff there?" At least I know just by looting it, it does like trigger him in. Because I felt like in Prepare to Die, it was just walking that would spawn him. This one is a bit different, it seems. I didn't think you could jump over there. So this should be good enough for Jeremiah to spawn in again. See? For whatever reason, just like looting that one corpse brings him in. Oh. Rest in peace, Jeremiah. Pick up your whip. And we probably didn't pick up Acid Surge if all these corpses are still here. Let's go pick that up again. Yeah. So maybe the Anor Londo ones were built differently. At least with the Batwing Demon spear, it says it's because they resided in Anor Londo that they gained the power of lightning, which is kind of crazy. You said they are magical constructs, so they might absorb the magic around them, or maybe Anor Londo one was built differently. Oh yeah, let's... Oh, wait, we have souls. Where did he come from? Okay, let's go ahead and level up. Am I trying to level right now? Just one more attunement. We've got enough intelligence. Let's go with vitality or endurance. Endurance is really only going to be useful for the Four Kings, I suppose. Grit. Vitality probably would have been better for Priscilla. So I'll get like right outside of her arena, and then I'll save scum it again. Oh yeah, I think I just got the attunement but didn't even equip it. Because I'm smart. I'm a little tempted to use Power Within, but probably end poorly. Don't even remember what Great Combustion looks like, so I'm going to test that out real quick. Okay. Not the most useful, but probably do. Putting it away just for looking at Priscilla in the future. Rip Jeremiah. Welcome back in, Foxy Boxer. And sorry, I'm probably going to be missing a few comments as we keep going. Elda says, the gargoyles are created, they are customized ones for their duty. Base fire for the bells, maybe even to cast out on the providence, but guardians of heaven were made with lightning for the bling. Stella says, what exactly is the logic of pyromancy doing more than just fire attacks? Probably because it's related to a very primal aspect of the soul, and it just shows that there is more to the kind of universe here. Maybe? Don't we get ganked by a bunch of hollows here? Yeah. I'm gonna die. Oh, no, 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 not like that. I was gonna say, I'm gonna wait for that dude to come up and hit me from behind. Oh, he has a sword? I didn't realize that. Not that it's like a big deal, just... Okay, he's got a little bit wider swing than I thought. Rip my humanity, but at least we got Jeremiah. All golems are made with the souls. That guy probably fell off the thing up above. All magic can be twisted in new forms. Using the conventional form is the very Ricky thing. Regardless, you don't think Batwing demons are using miracles. You think it's more intuitive or something like weapon arts. They aren't human and aren't limited like the player character. G-comb is great. Are you kidding? I mean, I've never really used the pyromancy, so... It comes out super fast and does a ton of damage, even if the range is really short. Okay. Philippe says, ironically, the more standardized magic is sorcery, despite having the best knowledge of how they could change its form. Who got hit by all that crap? I was gonna say, I wouldn't be surprised if the other little cheeky hollows were chasing me. Okay, and we didn't aggro the other one. Okay, we should be good. Okay, can't backstab that one. That kind of goes in line with the stuff from 3. Hey, a great sword. Oh, damn. Steel armor and a titanite shard. Large one. Wait, those are... That was unexpected, but definitely welcome. So I'll check those out as we save scum. Right before Priscilla. Did I heal up? No, I didn't. We have 13. That'll be way more than enough. Hopefully. Well, who knows with me gathering footage. So let's check out the steel armor. Armor of the Knights of Berenike, known for the heavy armaments and armor. Countless Knights of Berenike, once extolled as the mightiest of the mighty, became undead and ventured into Lordran. But their journey was for naught, as they went hollow and became a threat to all undead. And we picked up the greatsword. Oh, we already had one, so we probably read it. Very few have what it takes to wield this incredibly heavy damage-dealing monster, a favorite of the Knights of Berenike, known for their heavy armor and black iron tarkus. So, a very different model of a greatsword in Dark Souls 1 than compared to Dark Souls 3. So let's go ahead and save out. Elwood says, you think pyromancy is easier to build the effects of the flame, but the more separate from the flame motif, the more esoteric knowledge is needed because the principles aren't obvious. And then Philippe says, you don't know how well pyromancers understand their magic. They seem to have a very instinctive mindset to developing spells. Pyromancers can feel more religious than the clerics at times. You guess it's an effect of your magic being built on a living flame rather than your own soul. And Elda said, wait, no, Xeonis said, you think the Berenike Knight there is left over from when the painting world used to be a tutorial area? Okay. It feels like hexes and sorceries versus pyromancy and miracles. Resun said, you never noticed there's some sort of skyline of ruins when looking out to the left while walking the bridge to Dragon Waifu? Alright, yeah, I should probably show off some of the landscape as well. I guess I could also do that before we, like, fight her. Elda says, Pyromancy was probably made to be a bit more independent compared to sorcery. Sorcery needs academics to master pyromancy. Sorry, sorcery needs academics to master. Pyromancy just needs one to kindle your flame. Yeah, the idea of kindling the flame is also interesting, so... Oh, yeah. Are those actually ruins, or are those supposed to be trees? I think they're just snow-covered trees. Yeah, I'm gonna go with snow-covered trees, at least for those ones over there. Trees over there. Yep. Okay. And as we... I guess we can't really show it off. Look down, we don't see, like, a floor or anything, and that's kind of where you would fight the dragon... Not dragon. The champion Grave Tender in Dark Souls 3. Way down there. Yes, you don't really get a good vantage of the other area, so probably needed to be by the dragon butt to show it off.
Who art thou? One of us thou art not. If thou hast misstepped into this world, plunge down from the plank and hurry home. If thou seekest I, thine desires shall be requited not. Thou must returneth whence thou came. This land is peaceful, its inhabitants kind, but thou dost not belong. I beg of thee, plunge down from the plank and hurry home. Thou must returneth this I...
So, as we've kind of memed about on the previous stream, she says that the inhabitants of this land are kind and peaceful. It certainly didn't seem that way as we've kind of come through. You're looking. Damn it, I actually had the binoculars out. We don't really get any repeats of this kind of structure so much in Dark Souls 3, I don't think. Also, just with the location of this tower, one would also expect there to be a gigantic cliffside nearby, but that's not really what ends up happening. So a lot really does get shuffled around between the events of 1 and 3 as far as the painted world goes. You can't leave this area because it's a boss fight. The only way to leave is forward. But at the very least, they do give you the option to kind of spare Priscilla. But she's the unwanted abomination of all life, so we're probably not going to do that. Close up with the dragon face. There isn't really too much ornate going on with it. It almost looks like its own dragon weapon itself, so if she got this from somebody else other than herself, we don't really know. That'd be like the most logical conclusion since it's pretty much bigger than she is, but I don't know. So part of me wonders if like these flap things are just a dress or part of her like body. Because it kind of reminds me of like the flaps of an armadillo. In all likelihood, most likely a dress, because we do see like she has feet. 5 toes. Kind of goes hand in hand with everything else. And so... Huh. I would have expected like more like flap type openings for her arms. You can kind of see her arm like going through it too. It's kind of hard to see. So I wonder if that's supposed to be related to like her illusion magic, which she'll use throughout the fight. Because it's a really strange effect overall. Like it seems like we're seeing mirrors of her, essentially, as opposed to her real body. But it kind of almost looks like you can see through her legs. Like her skirt to see legs, I guess. So yeah, probably not her body then, with the like little flaps and whatnot. Which is kind of what I expected, but just amusing, I suppose. Ziona says, you have to feed the flame souls to level it up. It's like a parasite. Eldo says, you believe something like that? Miracles make your subjective beliefs shape the world. Sorcery uses understanding of metaphysics with a little push from your soul. Work through a catalyst. Philippe says, very unclear what's clothes and what's fur. Don't zoom in on the feet. You know this community. Too late, rip. Elda says, pyromancy maybe emulates the Big Bang-like nature of the first flame, replicated in your personal flame to use disparity. LP perving on video game characters live on stream. I'm not perving, this is all, as they say, for academic purposes. So, yeah, I'll probably just leave that there. Green eyes. White hair, and she's just known as the White. I want to put this away just for the fight. And so, if you do cut off her tail, you will get a dagger. As we fight her, she'll turn invisible. Actually, she has a shadow right now. So I wonder if her shadow also goes away, because I don't remember seeing it during the fight. Speaking of a shadow, is there like a real source of light here? No, okay. Doesn't surprise me because it's a painted world, but thought I should check. So I might have to fight her multiple times if we screw up getting her tail. It's probably easier in New Game than like New Game plus 2, the last time I had to do it.
I expected as much from thee. Why dost thee hurry toward thine death?
Maybe I should die? Just to show it off a bit more. So as we fight her, we can see like her footprints in the snow here. Oh, she'll be aggro the first time, so never mind. I could reload the fight and just hit her just to get the dialogue. I might do that. Okay, that would kind of make sense. She really doesn't have a ton of HP. If we hit her too much, she'll actually kind of die because we're pretty strong for right now. She'll like come towards us. If she hits us too many times, we'll bleed because of her scythe. We're like rolling onto her. She doesn't have a shadow right now. As we hit her, she'll come out.
Why could thou not let us be? Didst thou not see why Ariamis created this world?
That was a pretty decent death scene, I think. Yeah, I think I'll just reload it and then hit her without breaking off her tail. And then I'll probably just reload it again and then do it. So the fact that she goes invisible during her fight might be significant in tying her to maybe Seath and Gwendolyn. Granted, I really don't think this is strong evidence whatsoever. I'm just kind of putting it out there. Because when we encounter like the crystal caverns with Seath, he's got like invisible platforms. It could be a product of like moon-based magic or just draconic-based soul magic. It's really hard to say like why they go invisible. Gwendolyn obviously does like more teleportation and an illusory type stuff, which is also not very well explained. How they come up with illusory walls and all that kind of thing. Nice first try. Who else has green eyes? Nat Geo. It's research, I swear. Spoke too soon. Feet mechanics. Feet lore intensifying. You always feel bad killing Priscilla, but it has to be done. It doesn't have to be done, but... And by has to be done, you mean completely optional, but still. She exists, therefore she needs to get got. Sleep says, she isn't too hard. You guess they didn't want to trap players inside the painting. She can be hard if you're underleveled and like don't understand the fight mechanics. Like if you don't pick up on the feet thing, the footprint thing, I should say. it can be pretty tricky. So we've already done all that. Ziona says the dialogue kind of hints that the reason Ariamis created the world was because of Priscilla. What if Gwendolyn impregnated Seath? If anything, you'd say it's connected to Ulusil. Let's go for it. Oh, that's not how you go for it.
I expected as much from thee. Why dost thee hurry toward thine death?
She uses this kind of snowy magic, which is pretty much akin to the things that you see in the Painted World of 3. It becomes like the snowy landscape. That could tie her to having a more integral role to the painting, as some of you guys might be hinting towards. Since it's all covered with snow, it's a cold, gentle place. With the painter girl saying like she won't forget what her mother talks about, and her having draconic features, it can almost imply that Priscilla was the creator of this painted world, perhaps, but with Father Ariandel being like the subject name of the painting in 3, it does call into some questions like of who Ariamis is or was. Don't roll too soon. So we just bled out, although it's kind of hard to show off with the HUD off. Let's go for the tail. Kind of hard to get it when she's aggro already. There we go. So this is our girl without a tail, sort of. Split out again.
But why? What seeketh thee?
Alright, and then I'll probably fight her one more time. Just to get as much footage as we possibly could ever need. Oh, I should have read her damn dagger. Well, we could do that next time. It's all good. Freudian slip there, LP. Joseph Ariano, welcome back in, despite your mean comment. Katie said, if anything, you think it's connected to Ulusil? Yeah, I don't know how I feel about illusory magic being connected to Ulusil. Just because, like, in Dark Souls 2, Ulusil isn't as much of a thing, but there's still a ton of illusory walls as well. And Elda says, Xeonis, you mentioned before your headcanon that Gwyn impregnated Seath to make Gwendolyn, so EU. Tim says, huh, you don't ever think you've seen that attack, the breath one? D4C says, you only killed Priscilla on your first playthrough and felt really bad for it, but at least her soul was useful for getting the platinum trophy, never going to kill Fluffy Waifu again. Xeonis doesn't think Seath can even reproduce. You don't think the usual gods are into dragons? Priscilla might actually only be able to become invisible in a snowy environment? Maybe. Tim says, you think it's stated somewhere that Ariamis was the painter? Maybe. I feel like you might not be wrong, but I just don't fully remember off the top of my head. If she is Seath's daughter, is Priscilla's a science experiment? You don't think there's actual intercourse involved? Yeah, that's a possibility. Seath doesn't have a bottom, it's just tails. Ain't even got legs. Hand over that thing, your waifu. Elda says, moons are often tied to illusions, so it makes sense to you. So, speaking of, speaking of the moon and things like that, when we look at the soul of Aldrich in Dark Souls 3, it says he dreamt a vision of a pale girl dancing in front of the moon. That pale girl is most likely a reference to Priscilla, because when we do transmute Aldrich's soul, we do get the Life Hunt Scythe, which is what she's wielding. So that's kind of definitely worth bringing up right now. And because we know that Aldrich has consumed Gwendolyn, that calls into question a lot of Gwendolyn's ties to Priscilla. And it leads me to believe that Priscilla might be Gwendolyn's mother or something like that. So Gwendolyn, I think, is most likely a part dragon. At least with some of the cut content in Dark Souls 3, you can get Gwendolyn's finger. And it has Yorshka, the half-dragon, talk about her older brother, which was Gwendolyn. So this doesn't necessarily mean they had to have the same dragon parent, but at least to some degree they are related, I guess, according to the games. So I do think there is a lot of reason to believe that Gwendolyn himself might be part dragon, despite having snake legs. But as to who Yorshka's father would be, it could have been Seath. It could have just been Priscilla. Like, she might have... Yorshka being described as a half-dragon is a bit annoying, just because then you'd have to say, well, you probably had to either have a full dragon parent and a non-dragon parent, or 2 half-dragon parents to create another half-dragon genetically. But again, it is like a video game world, and so who really knows how it looks, or how it works, rather. And I think there was something else I was going to say with the Moonlight stuff. Oh yeah, and when we did fight Gwendolyn, there was like the Moonlight Butterfly theme. There's the whole disappearing stuff, which could potentially tie him to Priscilla as well. And it really just doesn't make sense that from Gwendolyn's soul through Aldrich we get the Life Hunt Scythe, and they talk about the figure of a pale girl dancing in the moon. And just as far as the translation goes, it makes her sound much younger in the English, because they call her like a girl, as opposed to the Japanese where they just use like the character Musume or Ko, which could just mean maiden. So I feel like that could still describe Priscilla. And maiden doesn't necessarily mean like unmarried, I guess. It's just daughter, but not quite as strong all the time, depending on its usage. See when it says the Ulusil walls in DS2 are entirely different. The 2 types are Pharos and pressure plate walls. You have to activate the walls to open them, unlike the Brutish Ulusil method. Sleep says, you can see Seath combining his DNA with some god to try to craft a hybrid. It's kind of funny that there's just a mad scientist dragon in the series, yeah. Leona says, why does Priscilla have to be the mother? I think it's the most likely explanation as to how you can say Gwendolyn and Yorshka would be related. Because at the very least, we know Gwendolyn has a father with Gwyn. So it would need to be a woman of some sort. It doesn't necessarily have to be Priscilla, but I feel like the associations with Life Hunt Scythe and the pale girl, the dancing in front of the moon, really implies more than anything that it would be Priscilla to be Gwendolyn's mother, based on what we know from Dark Souls 3. And D4C says, yeah, Aldrich also uses the Life Hunt Scythe miracle. Sleep says, maybe just the bodies of the entities reflect their nature, as the body is just a vessel for the soul. Elda says, you don't think Yorshka needs to be literally half-dragon? She could be a quarter or something, it's still the same. So, yeah, and again, like, that was a cut content item, and who knows exactly why they cut it. But at the very least, it does say in that item that is cut that she's a half-dragon and not just, like, part dragon, which is a little bit annoying to me, but just want to be clear that there are a lot of holes with this, and I'm not just trying to inject my personal belief on things. So, I'm pretty much 50-50 on whether or not I could believe this or I shouldn't. I just feel like this is interesting enough that there is a bunch of kind of, what's the term? I can't think of it. It's like when you're on trial, but the evidence isn't concrete. It's circumstantial. There we go. Circumstantial evidence to kind of really bring pause, I think, to what we do know of Gwendolyn and his roots. So, Blue Mew, welcome back in. You said, but how can a dragon, something not alive, reproduce or make something reproductive? You can only see through the gene manipulation it taking place. That's a fair point. And at least with Dark Souls 2, like all the, depending on how you read it, he does recreate an ancient dragon And Shanalot is described as a child of that dragon. So, at the very least, the descriptions of Priscilla's items here are very clear that she's a crossbreed. So dragons are able to reproduce to a certain extent. And that could just be more of a Seath type dragon as opposed to like the ancient dragons. And it could also just be because this is in the time of disparity. If it were the Age of Ancients, they probably like wouldn't reproduce as we would expect. If anything, it would probably be like asexual, but of course it doesn't have to be a sexual reproduction as well here. There is the whole idea of Seath kidnapping maidens and experimenting on them. He makes Pisakas, and they're certainly not all human anymore, but whether or not you want to call them like a child of Seath is also up for interpretation. We have to be realistic, some ladies getting split up the gut. So, as far as like how Seath would do it, I think when we look at what Ornifex talks about in 2, like the whole idea of soul transposition might be related to Seath encountering humans and whatnot and trying to transpose their souls into something more draconic, or trying to be able to obtain dragon scales from people as well. And then that also ties into what we see with Osiros doing in Dark Souls 3. And, of course, in the cut content, Yorshka was originally imprisoned in Irithyll Dungeon, and they might have been trying to recreate her, or she might have been a product of that research before, like, she got shifted around development. So, even despite all that, there are, like, the little, dragon remnant dudes, I forget what they're actually called, the ones where you get, like, the tailbone spears, like, they're definitely failed dragons, so there is still some other kinds of connections, and Osiros himself kind of ends up turning into a kind of a crappy dragon. As Yona says, you see the life hunt miracle being connected more to Pontiff Sullivan coming from the painting? Funniest stuff you've ever seen, turned himself into a dragon. And Bloomy says, didn't King Osiros turn himself into a dragon hybrid? Yeah. Sort of. I don't really know how he ends up getting classified. So whether or not the game would call him like a bastard or if they would call him a dragon. Elda says, you think saying half dragon just means one has 2 halves, not necessarily equal halves, and one of those halves is from a dragon. You might be onto something there. I think just from the little that I looked into it, it just seemed it would be like 50-50. But that could also be a possibility, I think. Warquapsico says, Darkness and Velka, Gwendolyn, Priscilla and the Moon, and Gwyn and Light and Seath, best family ever. Jerry Springer would have no idea what to do with that. Dragons are everlasting, so was Seath and Gwyn both trying to transcend the end of fire? I think so. We do know that Seath is obsessed with immortality. We know that Gwyn is, at the very least, obsessing about trying to prolong the Age of Fire. So they're both trying to seek immortality, maybe for different reasons or similar reasons, and that might have been why they allied with each other. One of the pet theories that I have is Seath was probably trying to experiment in creating firekeepers, or an immortal one which could keep the fire burning eternally for Gwyn, and that might have been why Gwyn allowed Seath to become a duke and to do all this kind of unethical research onto humans. But I mean, Gwyn also might not have given a damn about the humans. I digress. I think that's pretty much all I wanted to talk about with our damn dragon waifu, with whom we're about to get an annulment. Damn it, I screwed up.
From thee. Why dost thee hurry toward thine death?
Where's the footsteps? Go. I think one more hit will kill her.
But why? What seeketh thee?
So the soul of Priscilla and the twin humanities. So let's check out her dagger and then her soul. Priscilla's dagger. This sword, one of the rare dragon weapons, came from the tale of Priscilla, the dragon crossbreed in the painted world of Ariamis. Possessing the power of Life Hunt, it dances about when wielded in a fashion reminiscent of the white-robed painting guardians. So I think there's a few discrepancies in a few of her items. Let me double check. And I've talked about it probably briefly throughout this stream so far. Okay, so as far as the dagger goes, it says that it was produced from the tail of like the taboo half dragon Priscilla. So it's clear that she's a half dragon, not just like a random crossbreed. Because crossbreed can be like 25%. It's a little bit unclear. So that's not the biggest deal, but you know, just for the sake of clarity, I think it's important to mention. And then so I feel like the English makes it sound like the Life Hunt thing was something taken from the Painting Guardians, but it's the opposite way around in Japanese. Like the dancing like movements was essentially taken from the power of the Life Hunt. So it seems like the Painting Guardians got their movements from her, I guess, somewhat, something like that. And it's kind of funny how that works out together because that leads into stuff like with the Dancer in Dark Souls 3 and the Painting Guardians. That's probably where like the Dancer was like forced to learn her moveset from, and it kind of fits into Sullivan forcing her to become a dancer, I guess. Let's check out her soul as well. I think that was everything with that. Let me double check real quick. Yeah, okay. Let's check out the soul. Alright, sorry about that. Let me catch up. Bluebeam says, so Seath was the sign of a new age or amalgamation of the times. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. And Ocelot. Elda says, if you look at Seath at the end of his life, it does seem he has developed crystalline scales, or at least flesh compared to his weird skinless look before the Age of Fire. So, what's that miracle from, Xionis? Oh, no, that's Life Hunt. Okay. Joseph says, you're getting annoyed at how easily you're getting that dang dagger LP. I mean, if it makes you feel any better, the last time I was trying to get the dagger, it was in, like, New Game Plus 2. So it was such a pain in the ass because her tail's health pool is much larger. So I had to hit it, like, 3 times with the Zweihander to break it. So, because of that, I got a lot better at hitting it, so I am somewhat familiar with that at least. But I understand the pain. Xena says, does the peculiar doll have a different description to the English? I don't think so. I need to double check. I know, right? You always screw up sniping the tail. Taboo waifu it is. So then the gods and the dragons are forbidden from mixing? No, it's more like she's a taboo against life itself. An affront against life. So I could probably work on the phrasing, I suppose. But sometimes it's just hard to convey things from one language into the other without just like a bunch of exposition. Katie says, again, that grammar, what seekst thou? Learn how a person works a half-assed furry dragon. Elda's cutting you off for tonight, like that tail. Right, so the Soul of Priscilla. Soul of Priscilla the Crossbreed, trapped inside the painted world of Ariamis. Special beings have special souls. Use the soul of this crossbreed bastard child, an antithesis to all life, to acquire a huge amount of souls or to create a unique weapon. So this description does a better job of hinting as to why she was a taboo. She's like the antithesis of all life. Let me look at the description again. Yeah, this is kind of hard to describe. So, there's a few ways one can interpret the word hugi, which is, or fugi, and it can mean like an immoral child, one that was a product of wedlock, infidelity, or just, you know, bad stuff, I guess. But it's also a bit of an archaism, which could lead into murder, and I don't remember exactly, because I looked it up, and like a website literally devoted to like the different meanings this one word can have, because it has some ancient meanings of, ancient is probably a bit too strong, but archaic meanings of like classical punishment, and it was a very specific one, and it had to deal with like murdering one's lord, I guess. And so if we take that idea of her being locked away in the painting, and with her potentially being a child, or not like an child, like an improprietous child, and it might actually lead into the idea that the stuff with Priscilla and the painted world could have been related to like a plot against the gods. But again, that stuff is extremely ambiguous. The potential reading for this word is based on an archaism, which really isn't common at all anymore in today's society. So it seems much less likely when they could have used more concrete terminology. So I kind of forgot about that stuff for a while, to be honest. And then what else was I looking at there? Okay, so instead of just saying that it's the soul of the wait, it doesn't say it at all. Okay, so instead of just saying soul of Priscilla, the Japanese is like more like the soul of the pure white half-dragon Priscilla, so it's a bit more descriptive. And as I was saying before, with her being called like the pure white Junpaku, it's, I feel like that gives her a more concrete connection to Seath, since he's Seath the White, or like Seath the Scaleless. And so the idea of her being like the pure white is completely lost in English, so that kind of divorces the potentials there, I suppose, from what you get in the Japanese. And as far as the localization goes, I really like the phrase that she's the antithesis to all life, because the Japanese is a bit more straightforward, where it just says like the half-dragon soul is the enemy of life. So saying it's the antithesis to all life, I feel like I don't know, I just like the phrasing, I guess. Ziona says, the Japanese text you posted was the description of the peculiar doll. Oh, what was I looking at? Okay. I thought I read Kiseki instead of Kimyo. So yeah, I thought it was talking about a miracle. Okay. So you want me to look at the peculiar doll? Let me pull that up. And also, what's your question? Does the peculiar doll have a different description? Okay, so just generally, what is there anything different? I guess one of the difference is, just looking at it at a quick glance, is it doesn't necessarily mean there was one abomination. It's ambiguous because, you know, singular and plural is pretty much never clear. So it could just be like I don't really know how to phrase it. Like I think abomination does a good job of like getting at the idea behind the word, because it just doesn't translate in English very well. It's like imimono, So it's like a taboo person. So like, it's essentially just saying forlorn. I don't know if like that's the description that they used in the later games, like Imimono for forlorn. I'd probably need to check that, but it's like only the forlorn are able to enter the a cold painting world by like possessing it. So like, hold on, let me rephrase that. Like, so only the forlorn who possess the doll. Oh, damn it. So only the doll. Wow. The doll will only guide the forlorn to a cold painted world if they possess it, I guess, is kind of one of the ways they'd say it. So. Oh, yeah. I guess the English does say she clutched this doll tightly and eventually was drawn into a cold and lonely painted world. So, yeah, I guess there are a few differences. So, the English makes it sound like it was definitely Priscilla's doll, like for sure, whereas this one doesn't necessarily come across as strongly. So yeah, I guess there is a difference. So hopefully that answers your question. Boogie sounds like transgression. Kind of, yeah. Yeah, I guess that would be one way to get to it. But again, like, it just doesn't really capture the full meaning of it, which, I mean, that's just kind of one of the things you have to deal with as a translator at times. Elda says, why does the color of death in Japan? So that is another connotation of her being the antithesis of all life. That's a really good point. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. Because for those who don't know, like if you attend like a Japanese, or I think mostly most Asian countries use white as like the funerary colors, as opposed to like black in the West. Fiona says, the implication you take from the doll is that the girl was young. Oh. So yeah, no, the Japanese isn't like that at all. It doesn't really... Yeah. And the other interesting thing about the doll in the Japanese, I don't remember if I said it as I was just looking at it, it ends with Toyu, which is like, it is said, this stuff. And so it uses the kind of softened language there to draw a little bit of distance between what it's talking about and whether or not it's actually true. So yeah, the Japanese makes it much more divorced from Priscilla herself, I think. So after getting rid of Priscilla, like nothing really changes in the painting world. It still exists, which isn't a big deal. It doesn't catch on fire. And that's pretty much it for here. I think we've done everything. Oh no, I didn't go into that one building to get the one treasure, which is probably insignificant. How many souls do we have now? Okay, 44,000. So maybe enough to level up once, and then maybe twice if I use an item. Or at the very least, probably enough to buy everything from like Logan or Griggs. Oh, probably not. No, I'm thinking of Koilana, so maybe. We'll see. Ziona says it sounds more like a fairy tale than a real story. Yeah, that's kind of how I think it's trying to come across as well. How do we go up there? This way? Yeah, that way might be fastest. I do want to kill the phalanx, though. The painting world already feels so much lonelier knowing that our dragon waifu is gone. Our abomination of a child. So yeah, I suppose going back to that idea with Priscilla being described as that kind of antithesis to all life. I didn't heal after the boss fight, guys. With her being described as the antithesis to all life there, that draws some of those kind of differences between the existence of dragons themselves versus pretty much every other living thing in the games. And it ties into how Miyazaki says they're like mineral beings and they're not even alive. I'm trying to think of what other context that really becomes useful for, other than just the idea of like people turning to dragons in Dark Souls 3 and trying to transcend reality by pursuing the path of the dragon or like collecting the dragon scales. That might be one of the ways that the undead can escape the undead curse and finally be able to die, just by like letting go of life and transcending beyond it. Which goes into some of those points that I mentioned about Seath before. Where, like, his issue is that he's too attached to life, and so... Oh, we could have just walked out there. That was all we needed to do. I made that so much harder than it actually was. Alright, so this will be the last thing we need here. This is probably just souls. No, it's a humanity. So really not that big a deal. Maybe I should save scum right now before leaving so we could farm again. No, because we could just teleport in. Whatever. Okay, so I'll just rest. Coda, welcome in. You said you don't think the undead are getting scales so that they can die. You think they get it to become immortal. I don't think so, because when we look at the Archdragon Peak stuff, we find so many people in a pose of a meditation of dragons that they like leave their world behind. So maybe characters like the Nameless King or Ornstein might have that kind of thing going on. Because they might not be human and they probably can't fully transcend life, just because of the difference of their beings. I don't really know entirely. Should be good here. And I think it just ties into with a lot of the research that Aldi was trying to conduct with trying to overcome the undead curse. He was studying dragons and the natures of the souls as well. I think by becoming a dragon and no longer quote-unquote being alive, that would be one way to transcend the curse. Damn it, woke it up. Could have just ran past everything. What am I doing? Jerk. Well, that was a buffered roll, but okay. Still almost got. Large sight, nice shard. Sweet. Stella says, you're curious what it says in Japanese because what seeketh thee just sounds like the localizer tried to use archaic language without knowing thee is singular object. I mean, you're probably spot on there. So, which dialogue are you talking about? Just Priscilla's there? 'Cause I can probably look that up super quickly. 80 says, going back, you don't really think that the painter is Priscilla's daughter. It's not impossible, but there's really not much more connection than she looks draconic as in the painted world. I mean, you're not wrong there, but I mean, how else would you describe the dragon child? I mean, she could belong to a different dragon, but it just seems a more natural conclusion since they both have like the white hair. But we found Priscilla at the end of the world, and we don't really have any other candidates, I suppose. But it says they're doing the self-mummification from Buddhism, right? You don't think it's the same? Sort of. But I'll just leave that for now. They also don't know how verb conjugations work. Elda says they aren't trying to be immortal, but to avoid the suffering of undeath, they have to go through beyond death and life. Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. And Foxy, I think you're in the right case there. Let me... Hmm. Yeah, I mean, her language is fairly standard in the Japanese. Like, she doesn't use, like, ridiculously polite language. I mean, she's still polite, but, I mean, it's not like she's using humble language. So they probably just made her use, like, the Old English to show that she's been here for a while. Maybe they got notes as to how they wanted Priscilla to come across in English, and they just kind of worked with what they had. Yeah, my gut feeling is that they probably used like the old style English just to make her sound more polite and maybe a bit like more standoffish. I really don't know how else to read it. Jenna says, you don't think the white hair really has anything to do with Seath? Coda says, you think it does? The only white-haired crossbreeds are related to C/Anne Orlando. While Shanala doesn't have white hair / his daughter with the Mad King, you forget her name, also doesn't have white, she has blonde. Oh, you're talking about Shira. What does thou seek would be more correct. Yeah, I mean, that I would just chalk that down to localization. Wait, this wasn't here before, was it? Oh yeah, because we didn't kill Jeremiah that first time. So if you do kill Jeremiah, you gain the Xanthus set. Here. I should have shown that off, but whatever. Too late now. A mysterious item once worn by the Xanthus King Jeremiah, the legendary exile. No one knows where it came from. The crown bears high-quality cloth, which is quite soft to the touch, but its bright yellow color stings the eyes, and it is clearly far too big. It may be tattered, but its bright yellow color still stings the eyes. And so, you guys probably know it, but Xanthus is a specific color of yellow. So that's probably where they get the word Xanthus from. So I don't remember the exact Japanese for it, but it's essentially just yellow as well. It might be like a specific shade, but I don't really know colors in English, let alone Japanese. When you get to the stuff beyond like the very basics, red, blue, yellow. We already got the footage of that one. I don't need to worry about it. Homeward Bone, Anne Orlando. You stabbed me. I think if we use the Homeward Bone right now, it'll send us into the painting. Maybe not, I don't know. Either way, I don't really feel like running through it again. So we'll go over to the Gwendolyn bonfire and then pour it out of here. And so next we'll do the stuff related to the Dark Wraiths, so we'll probably have to go into Darkwood Garden and break everybody's hearts. Mine included. Because we do have the Lord Vessel now, so we should be able to warp around. And before I forget, we should also go check out Domhnall of Zana and look at all of the boss items that we can. Ziana says, what do you think trading the Xanthus crown with Snuggly gives you the FAP ring? Which is the FAP ring? Isn't that the Favor Armored Protection? It's called Ring of Favor and Protection. Yeah, I don't know. The Snuggly stuff, I don't take it too seriously. I know some people kind of go a little bit wild with it. We have Siegmeyer here, which is cool. Let's save out. before we do all of this stuff. So you can safely bone out. Oh, so leaving the Painted World sets your bonfire to the last and Rolando bonfire, so you can safely bone out. Okay, that makes sense. I probably should have experimented, but thank you for letting me know. And Goddess Spaghetti, welcome back in. Katie says, white hair is not exclusive to Priscilla. Nameless, Gwyn, Gwendolyn, Lorian, Lothric, and the Pygmies have white hair, and there's more candidates for parents. Osiris and the Queen of Lothric are one. So a lot of them are old. I would say like the Nameless King more has like the gray hair based on like the crown and stuff, but Gwyn I would also say is gray and not white. Andre is probably closer to white, but it's just covered with a bunch of soot. And I don't remember Lothric and Lorian. And the Pygmies are super old when we find them. But I digress. Coda says, it's worth mentioning that Shira in the concept art either has white hair or a white veil, and you don't think she's just because she sees daughters she's a crossbreed, unless it's outright stated. Katie says, but there are more. Wouldn't a child of Seath be a crossbreed? Elda says, Loki thinks Fina is why Jeremiah is in exile. He cheated on his queen. Interesting, I guess. I mean, I don't think there's enough for me to feel comfortable, like, really making too much of a statement about that. Cody says, the Nameless King has a crown and not hair, right? I mean, it's hard to say whether or not it's like an old-timey wig or whether that is supposed to represent his hair. Also, I'm not sure if Gwendolyn has white hair. I mean, he might, I just don't remember. I just really remember the mask and the snakes. Isiana says, you don't think old age white hair is what we're talking about? More natural white hair. I don't feel like the Pygmies have natural white hair is my point. I feel like the Pygmies that we do see have white hair from old age. So let's try to talk to our boy.
Well, fancy meeting you here. You did much for me up above. I am grateful. You know, I was thinking the gates, the old fortress. Was that your doing? Is that so? No matter. Stranger things have happened. Sometimes one only has to give it some time. There you are. I'll be heading down below shortly. There's nothing worthwhile up above. No worries. Venturing is my life. I'm prepared for the worst. There you are. I'll be heading down.
So I think right now he heads down to Izalith, or is it Blighttown? No, he goes to Izalith first, and we'll find him down there. And I'll probably leave Izalith to last, just because of all of the quests that tie into it between Sigmar and Solaire. So it's worth going to do Nito and the Duke's Archives first. For like Sieglinde. And Nito doesn't really matter too much right now. Actually, the dog needs to go out right now, so I'll take a quick be right back, and then we'll continue from there. So stand by. And then this is the kind of noob trap setup killer. If we try to come this way, the boulder comes crashing through, and then you just fight a bunch of Cabra demons, a bunch of Taurus demons, and so having another recycled... Why is that back now? Well, you got by the oldest one in the book. Venom says, when you started this playthrough, you mentioned how obvious the ball rolling trap was, and I thought he's going to fall for it on a second trip to the asylum. I figured he probably didn't have a lot of hits with this byhander. Wait, what? That's actually really, really funny. Just straight up assassinated right there. Okay. Let's go get our damn souls back. So now we should have a little time to read chat. Nix what I said about the souls, guys. So if I remember correctly, you actually just need to walk off here. You don't run. Because that screwed me up for a while. Well, sometimes I just get stubborn. Which I really shouldn't do on stream. I tell myself not to do it on stream, and then I end up doing it anyway. Alright. Or then I say, let's play smarter, and then I continue to do the exact stupid thing that got me in the situation in the first place. There's our stairs over there. Damn it! I think I should survive the fall. Unless we get hit by, like, the skull again. I was wrong. Oh, that jerk. So much for preserving my humanity. Pinwheel's like the Volnir of Dark Souls 1. His appearance and lore seem super cool, but kind of a joke fight. So does he just like clone himself infinitely or something? No. Oh shit, he killed him. Okay. I didn't even see him hit him. The Tomb of the Giants is a pretty scary area, especially on a first playthrough. I'll just go ahead and say it so we get cursed. I do kind of remember the layout of the area, but a lot of the specifics are hard to remember. Byhander, and I think as we start to go down now we get shot at, or if we're not being shot at right now. Okay. I thought there was a way to fall there. Alright, and we're back. So what did I miss out on during me being AFK? So Coda believes that Shira was adopted, since Gwendolyn stated as the youngest and Yorshka calls Gwyn father. So you're just saying they're not biologically related. Emlyn says, next Heaver goes to Blighttown, you need to bring him to the Moss Clumps. Okay. Forgot about that portion. I was going to go down to Blighttown anyway, just to talk to Shira. Not Shira, Shiva. Shiva of the East. So thank you for pointing me out in the right direction there. I'll leave Crestfallen for now. He'll go hollow. We keep talking to him and all the stuff with the snake. So let's talk to our boy Griggs and our guy Logan. I think I've already shown this off though, so.
Oh, hello. Terrific to see us both in one piece. Incidentally, would you care to learn any sorceries? You're clearly talented, and besides, I owe you. Of course, we will require some materials, but I'm happy to teach you some elementary spells. Are you interested? Splendid. Very well. I am pleased to have a chance to give something back. Well then, let's get started straight away.
How much? I think we could buy it all. Okay, yeah, we could definitely buy all of that.
Have you spoken to Master Logan? He is an accomplished scholar. The arts of sorcery would never have come this far without his contributions. And he has the nerve to go risking life and limb. What a stubborn old fellow. Have you spoken to Master?
Yeah.
Goodbye then. Do stay safe.
I think if we talk to him again, he starts talking about Logan.
Oh, hello again. I was waiting to tell you. Master Logan has returned, and he tells me that he has you to thank. Well, we are both in your debt now. Thank you, sincerely. He's just over there. Go along and have a chat. Oh, hello. I appreciate the attention, but you really should speak to Master Logan. That will certainly do you more good. Have you spoken to Master Logan? He is an and goodbye then. Do stay safe.
Let's talk to Logan. I wonder if I kick him, he'll stand up. That was one way of doing it. Okay. Getting footage from a different angle. Damn grass.
There you are. I was expecting you. As promised, I will share my sorceries.
Okay, so there's actually some pretty good lore here. So let's go down the list, because I don't remember if I've read many of these sorceries to the stream. Alright. Coda says, she calls herself a descendant of the gods. You mean it's hard to prove either way is your point? Calling someone your father / calling yourself someone's daughter in Dark Souls without being related has history. Again with Yorshka. Aerobo is listening to it while you clean, so you hear the constant death of the be right back screen. Leona says, the crown really implies a Seath. Man-eater clams are only associated with Seath. They're also associated with Earl, our store of Kareem, and the term for Earl is also uses the same first character for Duke, so she could be related to the Duke, our store of Kareem, but it's probably less likely she's comparing herself to the gods, but who really knows? Gwendolyn could just be adopted, anyone could be adopted. Where are you headed next? Is it New Londo time? Yeah, so we'll do New Londo, but I do want to go to Blacktown to send our Onion Boy on his way and to just talk to Shiva, because I haven't done that pretty much ever, to be honest. Coda says, you're not saying Shira has nothing to do with Seath. You're saying, given the importance of the crossbreeds throughout the series, if she's Seath's daughter, there would have been more info on her being crossbred. Rather, if she was a crossbreed, they would bring it up, and if she's biologically Seath's daughter, she would be a crossbreed. Leona says, there is no lore on Priscilla actually being Seath's daughter. Crossbreeds have nothing to do with Seath. There's no precedent as to why being a crossbreed needs to be brought up. You think Griggs wants you to talk to Logan? She is stated as being the daughter of the Duke and wears a man-eater clam crown. Logan was like, the hell, bro? Okay, so let's check out some of these sorceries. So, sorcery which improves upon Soul Arrow fires a strong Soul Arrow. At the Vinheim Dragon School, the acquisition of this spell marks an apprentice's coronation as a sorcerer. So this is probably like the real decent sorcerer spell there. Heavy Soul Arrow, sorcery emphasizing power, fires a Heavy Soul Arrow. A more powerful but also slower sorcery, difficult to use due to a long cooldown and a limitation on the number of castings. So, a little bit unfortunate, not a lot of lore there. As difficult to use as Heavy Soul Arrow, but powerful enough to make it well worth it, adored by certain sorcerers. Pretty straightforward. And so this will be the cool one. Homing Soul Mass is a sorcery developed by Big Hat Logan. Fire Homing Soul Mass. Life originates in the soul. No wonder the Soul Mass draws toward it. This sorcery is a window into Seeker Logan's methods. Actually, let me double check. Maybe I was thinking of the crystal one. And we'll probably see that one later. Or I might be thinking of Dark Souls 3 as well. So definitely not Dark Souls 3. It's just a very, very slight wording difference where it's like, the souls are the source of life, and so it should be like it's only natural that life is attracted to it, I guess. So I guess it's saying that the soul mass itself is life, or no, let me rephrase that. That life itself is also attracted to souls, I guess, could be one way. So I think this bit of lore is really important because it shows that as life becomes imbued into spells, it starts to seek targets that are also alive. And I think this is a pretty much analogous to what we can find in the Pursuers or Affinity spells in Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. That when magic is imbued with life power, it seeks out other forms of life. And that's probably why the Profane Flame will chase after not but human flesh and things like that. So pretty much all spells which infringe upon life gain wills of their own, essentially. And that's why they home in on things, is what it's trying to get at. And then Soul Spear is a symbol of Logan's strength. The Soul Spear is referenced repeatedly in the legends and is said to be on par with Lord Gwyn's lightning. So that's another crazy topic to think of, that a mere mortal or undead, whatever you want to call them, can rival the powers of the gods. But then again, it is said to be on par with Lord Gwyn's lightning. So whether they mean like Lord Gwyn himself or the miracles that followed is also up for interpretation. I'm not too worried about those. We've seen Soul Arrow. So we will need to buy all of Logan's stuff at one point, but I think we also need to buy Griggs' stuff, and that'll send him on his way. I don't remember the exact triggers.
Heading out, are you? I too will leave soon. Undead or no, I shan't stay here forever. You have great potential. Don't go and die over nothing.
I forgot the dude talks at us if we change things up, so let me try to get that over again.
Hello there. You really are very diligent. I quite understand. Study is invigorating. Heading out, are you? I too will leave soon. Undead or no, I shan't stay here forever. You have great potential. Don't go and die over nothing.
Coda's just saying that objectively in 3, if she was a crossbreed, they would have referenced it somewhere. It's kind of how I feel with certain items, and that's part of the reason why the stuff with Shira just kind of annoys me. Mark says, you don't think the gods of Lordran adopt since they're like the source of life in a weird way? Ziona says, why does it need to be brought up? Her character is a part of the Spears of the Church. The Seath aspect is not what the story's focused on. And Coda says, it doesn't matter what the story focuses on. Yorshka's is focusing on Logan and Aldrich, and it's still being clearly a crossbreed. Every other crossbreed in the series has some form of thing that visually marks them. Shira's just a character-created NPC. Rick says, how many crossbreeds are there, though? So we do have Yorshka, Priscilla, which are stated to be crossbreeds, essentially. Then there's also potentially Osiros and Ocelot, depending on how you want to look into that. And the little dragon type things in Irithyll dungeons. Coda says, the lack of distinct art choices / decisions, save for the White Cloak Karen concept, makes you think the fact that while Seath is her father, she isn't a crossbreed. You have to be screwing with you? You don't think Yorshka's a crossbreed? None of the lore on Yorshka talks about her being a crossbreed. She sure seems like one, though. She's got Priscilla's fluffy tail. Yeah, she does have a tail. There was the cut item which mentioned it specifically, but it was cut. And Ziona says, she is a crossbreed, but it's never brought up. Absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Why does Shira need to be brought up? Just because she doesn't resemble Yorshka, and she claims to be the child of a dragon. So if she's the child of a dragon, she needs to be a crossbreed or adopted, essentially. Or just an extremely distant relation. where the amount of her dragon heritage is no longer really relevant. Revolver Ocelot. Merc says she calls herself daughter of the Duke, which people assume is the Seath. So the Duke possibility could mean Duke Seldora. It could also mean the Earl of Arstor. But,
Oh, hello. I appreciate that.
wait, did he say something
Goodbye,
different?
Do
Oh, no, that was the same stuff. Okay. To pay attention to Logan. Okay.
oh, that.
Oh, yeah, and the rings. I don't think I've ever read these. Oh, damn, they're 20,000 each? A special ring granted to only the most accomplished sorcerers at Vinheim Dragon School. The ring is engraved with an everlasting dragon and boosts the strength of sorceries. Lingering dragon crest ring? Blah, 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 blah. The ring is engraved with a lingering dragon and boosts the length of effects of sorceries. Interesting, I didn't realize that there's a difference between the power and the length. The strength and the length. I'm not worried about the catalog.
Have you spoken to Master? All right. That'll do it. That should help you on your journey. May we meet again. Oh, hello. I appreciate the attention. That. Goodbye then.
So maybe I do need to buy like both the rings from him, but he might drop one or both of them later on. Let's go talk to Domino, and then maybe buy the other stuff from Logan now while we can. Oh damn, he jumped pretty far. The model for Ocelot shows a crystallized baby. Shemai. We already got like his special dialogue, so I'm not too worried about that. Just wanna look at the armor sets and whatnot.
Aye, Shemai. I didn't expect to meet anybody here. I suppose great minds think alike, eh?
Doesn't say anything. Screw him. So, okay, just the Ornstein stuff, which is what I expected. Alright. Aerobo says, it would be useful to know how long ago Seath went mad and when her experiments ended. Yeah. Coda says, it's not like she doesn't resemble Yorshka, it's that she has zero crossbreed features at all. Chanelot had the weird eyes, if you're not wrong. Priscilla has the fur tail. Yorshka's entire body, in your opinion. Tim says the bellowing one is real good. To be fair, she is a player model. It's not like you can add dragon features on it. At the very least, you could like add the dragon head, but that obviously has some kind of different implications. With the lack of features, because she's an NPC we fight, you'd hate if she was in dragon form, the cursed baby. Tim says the lingering is kind of situational, mostly only good for extending stuff like light if you're doing Tomb of the Giants. Okay. Alta says, it's probably a coincidence that Yorshka is an albino with traces of white fur, serpentine tail. There's clearly no indication she's a crossbreed, if it didn't outright say it. And also one thing we know of the Soulsborne is that they outright tell us things in no uncertain terms. Just a coincidence that Shira is stated to be a daughter of the Duke and has the crown with the Man-Eater Pearl. She doesn't have crossbreed features. Merc says, the Souls games aren't known for being direct, so to act like something's not true because it wasn't objectively stated is silly. I mean, we could probably just move on with the topic, because I don't think you guys are talking to each other as much as just kind of ending up talking past each other. You guys are pretty much 90% in agreement. It's just like the stuff with Shira, which is just setting things apart. No need to linger on it too much more. So this is the Ornstein set, since we killed him last this time around. Helm of the Dragon Slayer Ornstein, who guards the cathedral in the forsaken city of Anor Londo. Ornstein is believed to be the captain of the Four Knights. His golden lion helm is imbued with the power of lightning and should provide good protection against it. So pretty much it's all the same. Okay. It's a pretty cool set though. Not gonna buy it because we need our souls.
Well, that is a shame then. But no matter. No, not to worry. Come back again. I'm always available. Not every trade was meant to be. There'll be more in store for us. Someday. Sometime.
And so next we'll go see Anastasia. And give her soul back. I like that thing just being there. Wow, I still screwed that up, and I took the time to like line it up and everything. Oh, damn it. Oh, well, we could just warp. I was like, we're not going to spawn anywhere near there. It's actually kind of interesting you can still warp to disactivated or deactivated bonfires. It would have been kind of cool if they disabled them, but it would have also been way more annoying. So I'm kind of glad that they didn't as well. Joseph says, is this game that fixed Ornstein's helmet? You think one of them added the feathers or whatever in a patch? Oh, I have no idea. You like the Ornstein Nameless King imagery and that it's not certain? Wasn't that Dark Souls 3? I don't know. As in, Nameless King was originally the war god that used the Sunlight Blade to end the dragons, but ended up finding one he liked. Jump over our boy. Let's go get our souls again, because we need those for the shops. Oh, it's over there. Good jerk. There we go. So let's put our shield away and our weapons. It says the Dragon Slayer Ornstein also killed dragons and ended up attempting to become one. It's as if the old plot line, if they're not really my enemies, I've just been told they are. Hal just goes to Arc Dragon Peak to smash a few heads. Return the Firekeeper soul.
Thank you. I am Anastasia of Astora. Now I can continue my duty as a keeper. But I only hope that my impure tongue does not offend. Forgive me. I am impure. My tongue never intended for restoration. Please, if you have any heart, leave me be. I wish not to speak.
So despite what the Crestfallen Warrior says, she doesn't really expand upon why her tongue was cut out or why she was maimed. And so her role is still pretty strange, and I think she has one more bit of dialogue.
Forgive me. I am impure.
I guess not.
My tongue, please leave.
I thought she asked us to link the fire. Oh, I think we need to talk to Frampt and do all that, so I might need to save Scum again.
Forgive me. I am impure.
Okay. So let's go upstairs, save Scum, and then... Oh damn, he followed me? So I was wondering where that sound was. So that's gotta be the one from way up top, isn't it? Interesting.
There you are. I'll be heading down below shortly. There's nothing to your game, is it? Well, I'm certainly not backing down. By the honor of my knighthood. Heavens, my dear little me.
I'll do the Framp stuff now. Oh, he drops humanity this time in the... Okay, yeah. He had that before. Just forgot. Oh, damn it. I should have shown that off. I forgot that he'll just teleport us now. Well, if we already lost that footage, I'll just do everything quickly again.
This is...
Yeah, I might as well place it and then talk to Anastasia. So I've been saying her name wrong this entire time, which is kind of annoying. Wonder if Crestfallen's still here. Yep, okay. So really just need to exhaust his dialogue to make him go hollow.
Forgive me. I am in...
Maybe she doesn't have anything else to say. In which case that'd be kind of annoying. Oh well. Rick says, you like to think Ornstein went to Archdragon Peak because he realized how pointless it was staying in abandoned Anor Londo and became disillusioned. Joseph says, no matter how many times you play this game, you hold your breath every time you jump off Domhnall's stupid platform. Loco Baxter, welcome back. Howdy, folks. You know she thanks you for trying to link the fire? Okay. I don't remember what causes that trigger to happen, so I might miss it, which would be a little bit unfortunate, but... It might be after, like, filling up all of the Lord Souls and whatnot. Before going in. Big sword fight? Oh god, no. You thought it was weird she thanks me for trying to link the fire even when you only talk to Koth? Oh, so you can do that even from talking to Koth? Okay, that'll be cool then. So we didn't necessarily lose everything. It's not like she knows you talk to Koth. She says more later. It might be after you place the Lord Vessel or when you get your first Lord Soul. Okay.
Have you spoken to Master... Have you spoken to Master... All right. That'll do it. That should help you on your journey. May we meet again.
There you are. I was expecting you. As promised, I will share my sorceries.
Damn, you need 40,000 for Soul Spear.
Heading out, are you? I too will leave soon. Undead or no, I shan't stay here forever. You have great potential. Don't go and die over nothing.
As far as I know, in order to make Logan leave, you first need to go to the... Oh, we haven't talked to Anastasia. You need to go to the Duke's archives first. So I don't know if Griggs will leave now. I think he, like, follows him, and... he appears in... Sens? I don't remember. I need to look it up, I guess.
Thank you. I am Anastasia of
I'll just let her talk.
Now I can continue my duty as a
Stella says they probably cut her tongue out since she seems to be a firekeeper against her will, seeing as they locked her up. Baby. It's weird. But she seems kind of complacent, and her one skirt talks about her just kind of being there of her own will.
Forgive me.
Potentially.
I am impure. My tongue.
Ziana says, could you imagine if Anastasia was the level up girl and Logic straight up murks her and you can't level up anymore? That'd be hilarious. I mean, it'd be awful, but hilarious at the same time.
I wish not.
So she can ask for help. Yeah, that's kind of an interesting thought, I suppose. Alright. So I think that was it for now. We need to kindle up the bonfire. Okay, so it's already here. Makes sense. So we can already warp back to the Tomb of the Giants. Before I forget, I want to actually go to Sen's Fortress. No, I guess we could do that later. The Parish. Interworld. Can we not warp to the one with, what's his face, Andre? Dark Moon, Chamber of the Princess, and Orlando, Sunlight Altar. I guess not. Let's just go towards the Dark Moon stuff and get our Covenant item for Artorias and going into the New Londo area. Tim says, so Griggs tries to follow Logan to Duke's archives after you buy all his stuff and dies in Sen's Fortress. He's the corpse you find with the Black Sorcerer set in the Slumbering Dragon Crest ring. So it is Undead Parish? Okay. For some reason I was thinking the Undead Parish was the Bergs. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Parish versus the Bergs. I was just kind of spacing out there. Thank you. Poor Rhea. Be gone. So I thought we already got the black set, unless there's like 2 sets there, which would probably make sense. So it says, if she's there long enough, she may have just become resigned to it. Yeah, that's the parish. Okay, sweet. No problem, no problem. No, I appreciate it. Because I felt like I was losing my mind, and I was a little bit. Maybe I'm going a little hollow. Who knows? Andre? Oh yeah, and when we go to New Londo, we'll give our Ember to Rickert. No, it's just time is all screwed up so you can get it before he actually goes off and dies. Oh, okay. Wait, oh, really? That's kind of interesting, because I do want to go get that ring. I guess it's not too big a deal at this point. Wait, I could have just warped to Darker Garden. What the hell am I doing? Well, we're already here. Oh yeah, but we do want to go see the cats. But it's whatever. We'll figure it out. We got 10 of those. I'm trying to think of trying to proceed forward. Let's go up to this one bonfire up ahead. Oh yeah, and I guess I haven't explored that area. Maybe I'll do that when we go to Ulasil later on. Because I just kind of like ran through this spot fairly quickly. Not when we went through like the door though. Garden isn't a warpable bonfire though? Okay, it isn't. I guess, yeah. Okay. So it kind of worked out anyway. Like, not really worked out, but you know what I'm trying to say. How many souls do we have? Okay, 800. So, are these guys going to attack me now? Since I'm not in the Covenant anymore? Probably. Maybe not. So only joining them once makes them non-hostile. That's cool. Okay, so Shiva's still here? Interesting.
Don't worry now. You'll be called in soon enough. Hunters with patience score the best kills.
Does this covenant become hostile if we kill Sif? Whatever. Actually, let's go back to the bonfire. I will warp to Blighttown. Well, I'll save Scum, then I'll warp to Blighttown. And if we don't see Shiva... Damn it, well, I could have just saved Scum now, but... I don't know if they go crazy if we kill Sif. I would assume that they would. Am I in the Covenant? Okay. I tend to forget what I've done with all the save scumming. Yeah, I guess I didn't join Gwendolyn's. Okay, it kind of makes sense. He just loads in both places. You can kill Sif without betraying them? Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, because it's really easy to not remember or like know about the triggers for these quests. Bloodborne I think is a lot more straightforward with the character quests. Also, they have like less characters, so it's a lot easier to remember just because there's fewer of them. Joseph says, when you first played this game, your friend told you about the bonfire behind that wall in Darker Garden. You didn't get that they meant it was a fake wall, so you were walking around the edge of the cliff every time? Yeah, that's unfortunate. I think I was online and I saw just a note about it, and that's kind of what tipped me off. Because I don't feel as though I would have been clever enough to look around the wall and see it. My very first time playing. So let's go to Blighttown. Anyway. Oh wait, we can't warp to that one. That's annoying, I forgot about that. But we do have the Daughter of Chaos. Okay. Tim says, the fact that your save's coming constantly doesn't help either with keeping track of what you've done in the main line. You're definitely not wrong. Does he say anything different? I don't think so.
Are you prepared then if you need? There is no time.
He can still
There is nothing
modify
to say
our
to
flame.
except you should be...
Okay. I've actually never talked to Shiva in any of my games, so this stuff is completely new to me. I don't know how I missed him on my plat run, especially when I did all the covenants. He just didn't spawn in anywhere. I didn't fight him. But I think it's because I was doing like the Chaos Daughters Covenant just for the Izalith skip. So I think maybe when you get to a certain point, he just doesn't spawn in. To get Eingi to say new stuff, you need to get infected with the eggs. Okay, even leveling up the Covenant won't make him friendly? Okay. Thank you. So I guess we could have gotten the egg before going into Annual Londo. I could always grind that off stream, because that's kind of annoying. I think you need like 200,000 souls, which is a ridiculous amount, really. That's not the right ring. It already feels like I'm in the swamp. Is that him over there? Okay. I think we'll probably get attacked by a bunch of mosquitoes too. Too bad. It's like 20,000? Okay, so that's a lot lower than I was expecting then. Shiva only spawns in if you're in the Forest Hunters Covenant. His area has the same screw-off mosquitoes field that Quaylana does. Okay, sweet.
Hello again. Strange to meet away from the clan and the forest. But while you are here, how about some equipment? I love collecting these things, but I can only keep so many. And you know, you are a friend. I'll sell them cheap.
Oh, he has a gesture. Look skyward. So Flamberge, you can loot these off the snake dudes, I think. This greatsword with an undulating blade is the choice weapon of the slithering serpent men of Sen's fortress. This weapon is designed to flay the skin and causes heavy bleeding. Stone greatsword. The stone knights who guard the Darkroot Garden wield this moss-covered greatsword. The same magic which created the stone knights is imbued in the sword. Unleash this power by wielding the sword with 2 hands. Demon Great Machete? Oh, you can buy them from him? I farmed those and that took a while. The lesser Capra demons use these great swords in pairs. The blade is cast iron and hooked. The sword is imbued with no particular magic, but for those who have the strength, its great weight will smash foes mercilessly. Hotel, we've got one of those. Uchigatana, I think we got one of these. Maybe I'm just thinking of 3. It's a katana forged in an eastern land, known for its brisk slashing motions. The Uchigatana cuts beautifully and causes bleeding, but its blade is easily nicked. The washing pole. Katana forged in an eastern land, a very unusual specimen with a long blade. The blade is extremely long, but as a result, quite easily broken. So a bit of a cultural note about the washing pole. This is known as the sword of a samurai, is it Seto Kojiro? The dude who fought Miyamoto Musashi, and he was famous for like the Swallow Strike, and I think they kind of incorporated that move into Dark Souls 3. So it's based off of like an historic sword, I guess. Well, he totally sells this too. I did not realize. That's crazy. Oh, okay, that'll be cool. Demon's Great Axe, carved from the bones of fellow demons, wielded by the lesser Taurus demons. This axe is imbued with no special power, but can merely beat foes to a pulp, providing you have the strength to wield it. Flaw. Attacks cause bleeding, and the wounds inflicted are not easily mended. Preferred weapon of the spooks of an eastern land. So the Demon Spear is carved from the bones of fellow demons, wielded by the slim, lesser Batwing demons. The weapon of these Chaos Demons wandering and Orlando are different from those of other Chaos Demons, are imbued with lightning. So maybe it's the Japanese description where it's a bit more implied that because they've been in Anne Orlando for so long that it became imbued with lightning. But even if not, we could probably argue that the gods might have taken their weapons and made them lightning imbued with their giant blacksmith guy, I guess. East Wood Grain Ring. This special ring crafted in an eastern land is made of gold, but with a wood grain pressed on its surface. The ring slows the loss of weapon durability and is particularly useful to the bearers of delicate swords crafted in the east. So that's kind of a nice lore continuity there. Venom says, the best place to grind, in your opinion, is the Duke's Archives. When you get the bonfire, the run outside to the golems is 2 minutes, and with a gold serpent ring and mimic head, each one gives around 2,000 souls. With like 15 outside, you get 30,000 souls in 5-minute runs. I would say that the Phalanx is way faster, especially if you have the head, because we've already been getting like 11 or 1,000 or so just within like 1 minute, with just our stone ring, or not a stone ring, but our serpent ring. Flamberge is the favorite weapon of Xeonis. Venom says, the only thing Shiva sells that you can't get anywhere else is the washing pole, if you remember correctly. Okay. Sasaki Kojiro, thank you. But Musashi is the one who used the longer wooden sword in the end. Yeah, so he crafted, like, I think it was an ore, essentially, into a blade and killed him in a duel. An extremely famous duel at Ganryu Isle. There's a really cool trilogy series of it. Of the Miyamoto Musashi story. I really recommend it if you guys are fans of like samurai stuff. So I think I'll just go ahead and reload it now. I just wanted to see what he was all about, because I've never done that before. Yeah, Bodor inspired Cloud and Sephiroth. Series anime. So it's an old movie, a samurai movie by Akira Kurosawa, who's like the grandfather of like Japanese movies essentially, or godfather. Obviously, like there were movies before him, but he was like the most famous Japanese director. I'll type it into chat. Wait, actually, I don't think this was a Kurosawa film, now that I think about it. No, I just think of that because Toshiro Mifune is, like, in pretty much all of Kurosawa's films. So I think it's actually by somebody else, now that I think about it. But they're just called Samurai 1, 2, and 3. Samurai 1, Musashi Miyamoto is the first one. Here we go. The second movie is like my favorite samurai movie of all time. So good. Tim says Kurosawa is the samurai movies guy. Yeah. Well, even more than just samurai, but he's definitely like, those are his standout pieces of work, especially in the West. Venom says, oh, okay, if you've never watched a Kurosawa movie, holy shit. But you've been tempted for a long time, you should go through a few. Yeah, I mean, if you've got the time and the patience for it, they're definitely worthwhile. So, as I was saying, I don't think the Samurai trilogy was by Kurosawa, but as far as his films go, there's a Seven Samurai. I think did he do the 47 Ronin? Maybe? I don't remember. He also did Throne of Bones, which was like the Japanese version of Macbeth. The Japanese adaptation of Macbeth. I wouldn't even say like version. I honestly didn't like Throne of Bones. I think he did Rashomon, which is also extremely good. Actually Rashomon has a pretty good tie into like some soul stuff. Not in terms of like lore, but just in terms of like storytelling, where it's a story of, if I remember correctly, maybe I shouldn't say too much. Let's just say like an altercation told from the perspectives of 3 different people. And you're kind of... Maybe I should just leave it there. It's the story of a kind of altercation from the viewpoints of a few different people. Maybe I should have gone and talked to like Ingrid before doing all this crap. I guess I'm not too worried about his dialogue there. Kind of sequence breaking a little bit, I guess, but we're gonna go do the 4 Kings and all that first, so it'll be a little bit painful. Oh, well, I guess I did just save scum, so never mind. I might die on purpose then, or try to show off some of the enemy's attacks. So this is a fight not for the faint of hearted. Not for the faint-hearted. Faint of heart. Joseph says 7 Samurai is pretty great. Yeah, it is really good. Okay. As we come in, we have like this giant grave. Not to say it's the grave of a giant, but at its base we have a gigantic sword, which is actually way bigger than Artorias himself. And that's the model of like Artorias' great sword, but much bigger. And there's a bunch of swords around here, so this is essentially like the lead up to what would be the Abyss Watcher's Covenant by the times of Dark Souls 3. So all the swords on the ground with all these graves mark the graves of warriors. Whether or not they were killed by Sif or they're just knights who followed in the legacy of Artorias is a little bit unclear, but I feel like with all the flowers here, they're probably like his followers or something like that. Maybe like Forest Covenant members, who knows. Emlyn says, Rurouni Kenshin's your favorite samurai story? Yeah, if you like Rurouni Kenshin, I would definitely recommend like the Kurosawa films. Because Kenshin is a lot more like streamlined, but the Kurosawa films are a bit grittier. Merc says, wouldn't be a Souls game if there wasn't at least 3 fights that make you feel sad. Well, this is the big sad for me. Tim says, you think it's implied that these are people who have tried to loot the grave of Artorias? That's also a good possibility here. But as we come forward, look at this giant sword. See a paw. So Sif also kind of has that weird mirror-y type effect on its body that Priscilla does. So it's probably not really like an illusion with her. It's probably just like the weird graphic rendering of the game. Make them look fluffier. And so actually Sif has like my favorite boss track in the maybe the entire franchise. Which is, I guess the music's a little bit low, but I used it in the Suspicious Beggar video. So Sif is actually an extremely scary fight if you back up and give her time to move. And I think Sif's female, because I'm pretty sure that's a female name. I might be wrong there. But I think if you try to stay on Sif's butt, it doesn't really work out. You really need to take the close-up attack strat. Let's try to show off a little bit more of its movesets. Oh yeah, forget we're on New Game Plus, so it's probably don't need to worry quite as much. Although she hits hard. Maybe I should deliberately die, at least for the footage of dying to Sif. Not that I know I'll use it, but I mean, sometimes it's nice to have that stuff. Make it look more like a fight. That's pretty good, actually. Okay. Mugen ni Junin, immortal in Japanese. Oh, you guys talked a bit. Okay. Might want to watch Blade of the Immortal as it inspired Sekiro in part. Sort of like all the swords in the Soul of Cinder arena? Kind of. So yeah, whether or not they were looters of the forest that the Forest Covenant stopped or Sif stopped, those who are trying to follow the path of Artorias, there's a decent amount of explanations one can come up with. And there is that nice DLC, as you guys are pointing out. If you do the DLC first, Sif remembers you, making it more sad. Yeah. The first time I heard about the stuff with Sif, I was like, holy shit, you can save the dog? No, you can't save the dog. Rip my heart. Especially when Sif's just being a good girl, all things considered. I thought like Sif would just let you like get the sword. Like I thought she'd be aggro at first and then like sniff you and remember. Nope. In accordance with the foot lore, Miyazaki just likes to stomp on all of our hearts. Blue Mew says Rurouni Kenshin is an anime-esque. Kurosawa is grounded in reality, though it does have some supernatural aspects. Yeah. So I really did like Rurouni Kenshin back when it came out as well. I actually have the manga. Still messes you up that Sif is a girl. Safest places to be under her, yeah. The name of Thor's wife, the Norse myth, yeah. He said, you actually had a pretty crazy theory that the Abyss Watchers were made by Karthus, mainly because their coal is used to make weapons of both warriors. Well, I mean, the Abyss Watchers themselves follow the legacy of Artorias. Let's go pick up our souls so they're not in the midst of this fight. The worst is when you get it to like phase 2 and then she starts limping. Wow, that FPS though. Oh, rolled way too soon. Whiffed. Rolled too soon again. Maybe one day I'll learn. How did that one miss? That's annoying. I hear the PS4 whirring. It's kind of crazy that such an old game seems to be taxing the system. Well, I guess this is remastered, but I mean... it's really not that pretty, especially when you compare it to a game like Final Fantasy VII, the remake. Oh, it was the jump instead of the roll. And then we didn't even do a running slash. Bro, how did I not have stamina for that? If I die, at the very least, it'll still contribute to the footage. Okay. That door is pretty cool. Yeah. Emlyn said, Sif is playing Cerberus by protecting the ring she is guarding away to the underworld. That's a pretty fair comparison, I think. You think Sif is never specified its gender? No, it's not, but at least with Sif being a female name, pretty much all we have to go on. Kieran is a girl with a male name, though. Well, Kieran is also a female name. It's Irish. So I would say it's like a unisex name. Sif is a female name, but you think they intended the doggo to be male. Joseph says, the PS4 is just crying about that. Sif fight just like us. True. Ben says, you're above 50% weight, so you have stamina regen. Shouldn't be above 50, no. Because we reloaded the save. I just didn't roll. I should have had some stamina, it just didn't go. I mean, obviously if I was using the grass crest shield, it'd have been completely fine. Also, I'm expecting Sif's health pool to be lower than it is, but now I have like a little bit of a better gauge of how many hits she can tank. She's definitely tankier than, what's her face, Priscilla. Which is kind of crazy, because I think I fought like Sif as soon as I could my first playthrough, and she beat the crap out of me. That's annoying when that happens. Oh, I should have rolled in. I thought I would have been fine. Go get our souls. Probably get hit. Oh, rolled way too soon again. It keeps getting me. Wait, I didn't swing, didn't have the stamina, I guess. Okay. Couldn't roll? Should probably just focus on the R1s instead of the R2s here. Oh, well. humanity and the homeward bone. I kind of want to just undo that because of the trophy thing, but whatever, I'll leave it. We have enough footage of Sif, I think. And so from killing Sif, we do gain the Covenant Ring, which is why we did it in the first place. Covenant of Artorias, Traverse Abyss. This ring symbolizes Knight Artorias' covenant with the beasts of the Abyss. Its wearer, like Artorias himself, can traverse the Abyss. So many people have wondered who exactly the beasts of the Abyss are. The Japanese term for it is Mamono, which doesn't exactly mean beast. It's more like supernatural creature or supernatural being. I don't really think that's too big of a deal. And even with Mamono, that doesn't really give us a good hint as to who or what the Covenant was with. So one of my thoughts is it might have been Koth, because we do see Koth Koth as the most associated with the Abyss, and Koth had dealings with Ulasil, and that's kind of where Artorias ended up. So if it isn't Koth, we could make the argument that Artorias may have gotten into a contract with the people of Ulasil itself, and like all the bloatheads perhaps, but for what it's worth, if we do wear the ring and go down there, it's not like the bloatheads recognize us and will treat us kindly. So don't know exactly what to make of it. So now that we've dealt with Sif, let's go kill those two cats that we left alive way earlier. Probably should heal again. Oh, we only have one Estus, so this might end up hurting us. There's a little mushroom dude all the way down there. I guess I could probably shoot these cats if I had all of the arrows, but I definitely don't. Okay. Stella says, fair, it was more backing up that etymologically it is a female name. Hilda says, Rurouni Kenshin is grounded in reality with hypnosis, flame sword arts, and giant dudes taller than buildings and meat puppets. Yeah. You really wish you needed the ring in the Chasm of Manus. Tim says, did you remember the other ring? Which ring are you talking about? Because when we reloaded, I still had the Havels one. Koth may have given that covenant with Artorias so that he couldn't get into a situation to be corrupted. And some people have pondered if Alvina was the creature from the Abyss or possibly Sif. Yeah, Alvina is another decent possibility because we can find Alvina in the Chasm with Manus. But Tim does make a pretty decent point that, like, no matter which one... Sorry. Like that... If you go down to the Chasm of Manus or whatever in Ulasil, it doesn't... Like, you don't need to wear the Abyss Walking Ring, which is kind of unfortunate. They're gonna both come. AI on them. Will they get stuck on these trees? Maybe. How many souls do we get? Oh, bad time to do that. Okay, so that staggered it. Tried to jump, but I did not. Die. Still lived? Holy crap. These things are tanky. Three? Hope I'm smarter than a cat, at least. Two of them, even. Okay. So, that wasn't nearly as worrisome as I thought. Is that an item over there? Is that just like the blooming of the flower thing? I don't think there's anything else over here. other than those cats. But they were here, so they had to get got. Just to know that we could. Alright, so that's pretty much everything for here. So let's go ahead and use a homeward bone. I hardly ever do that. And then we'll warp back to Blighttown and then talk to Sigward. Where's our bone? Okay. Oh, damn it, I didn't pick up the ring behind the grave. Okay, that's the one. Okay, I thought there was something over there. I looked in the front, but it's behind it. Thank you for reminding me. I don't think I did. You meant so he could get in a situation to be corrupted. They'll get stuck on the trees, yes. Okay, sweet. Sif had that protection on them, though, so Sif being a creature of the abyss seems unlikely. I agree that it's probably not Sif that's the creature of the abyss. And sweet, so they really don't attack us here. Okay, that's cool.
Don't worry now. You hunt.
Actually, I wonder if Alvina has anything to say.
Ah, thou dost cometh. How fares ye? My hopes for thee are of the highest. Do not such a hope shatter with foul disproportion.
Too late? I don't know.
Ah, thou...
Okay. Those cats gotta go fast. They're like Sonic. Something chili dogs. You need a serrated weapon. For the bleed. Damn it, Nightbot, I want to be a banana right now, though. Yeah, I totally forgot about it this run. It's funny. I guess I thought it was in front and not behind for some reason, even though I definitely remember picking this up. You get the Hornet Ring, which will tie into one of the captains, or the 4 knights, I suppose. One of the special rings granted to the 4 knights of Gwyn. The Hornet Ring belonged to the Lord's Blade Kieran. By boosting critical attacks, its wearer can annihilate foes as Kieran's dagger laid waste to Lord Gwyn's enemies. Let's warp to Firelink. Yeah, I could buy more from Logan. And he shouldn't be gone yet. And Griggs might be gone now? It'll be worth checking out now. So Siegmeyer should definitely be gone. Since we've killed a boss. No, he's still here. So he'll probably just spawn in over in Blighttown. Where am I going? Okay. Wow, Logan already left? I thought you really had to go into the Duke's archives first.
Oh, there you are. Just so you know, Master Logan has left on his own again. It seems that he is still determined to find the famed regal archives in New Londo. I intend to search for him. Only before I leave, there is one thing I wish to do. You see, Master Logan has left most of his books. With them, I could teach you Logan's sorcery. You have done much to assist me. Before I leave on this journey, I will teach you all that Logan has to share. Oh, hello. You made it. Then let us begin. As promised, I shall bequeath Master Logan's sorcery to you. It's not that I'm concerned for Master Logan's welfare. Even in this treacherous land, Logan's skills are unmatched. He is a true hero. No, the reason I seek Logan is, well, it's really my own conceit now, isn't it?
I think in the next line he'll talk about Logan's crazier aspects. Not really, but Alta says, "You wonder how Kieran and Go die if you don't F him up?" Tim says, "If you remember correctly, Griggs doesn't leave until you buy all of his stuff." Yeah, I forgot completely that he got Logan's stuff as well, so I thought he was done, but I was wrong. Also, make sure you've talked to Sigmar to send him on his way. Did I? Oh, yeah, I probably didn't do that. Okay, thank you.
It's not that I'm concerned for Master Logan's welfare, even in this treacherous land.
Okay, so 1,000? Holy crap. So we still don't have enough for the Holding Soul Mass. At the very least, we can go...
All right. That'll do it. That should help you on your journey. May we meet again.
Do the stuff with New Londo and Blighttown and all that.
Well, fancy me. Was that? Yes, I knew it. It seemed like an unlikely coincidence. Well, am I fortunate? This Knight of Katarina thanks you sincerely. Please, take this as a token of my gratitude.
Emit Force? Cool.
There you are. I'll be heading down below shortly. There's nothing worthwhile up above. No worries. Venturing is my life. I'm prepared for the worst.
He says he's prepared, but he'll get like poisoned like crazy.
There you are. No worries.
Okay. Let's check out Emit Force. I mean, it's pretty basic. I think we've probably shown it off before. But it's an outland miracle foreign to the way of white. Emit Shockwave. Considered an alternative branching of Force, emits an expanding shockwave orb. Okay, so no, this is a different one. Maybe because he's from Katarina, it might be different. I don't know. So let's talk to him, and then I'll probably like save Scum before going down to New Londo and all that stuff. Where are we going? To Blighttown, to the Chamber Daughters. They slipped down a cliff. Alexander, welcome in. You said you're late, had to blaze up with your dogs, with Monster Hunter dogs. Emote Force throws the ball for force at people. The Hadoken, okay. But does it mean Katarina's a part of the Way of White? I don't necessarily think that. It's probably just like a branching school. And so their ideology is different. Oh yeah, and we still have Ceaseless Discharge and all this fun stuff awaiting us in Izalith. Which is definitely worth save scumming for. Oh yeah, we spent all our souls on the items. Okay, okay. Katarina's a place, not a group. Well, even like a country can be affiliated with an official language and religion. Tiny Boots, welcome back. You just missed some of the lore surrounding Kieran. We got rid of our beloved pet, unfortunately, so pretty sad. But at the very least, we fought Sif without having her limp around. So our morale isn't completely drained. So we still have Quailana over there. So we'll probably need to buy all of her pyromancies as well at some point. I don't remember. Bro, why is he over here? Done goofed. He almost got me. Help me, Shiva. So Siegmeyer should be... Oh, is he not over here? Where is he then? I thought he was at this... What is... There, I can't tell. I thought it was like over here. Or does he like... Oh yeah, he moves over there the first time and then he comes... Never mind. Starting to remember. Damn mosquitoes. Probably get a few more large shards or green ones, even though we're not really using them. Could probably also repair their equipment. What would be the better angle? Maybe like this? Oh, damn. I think the mosquitoes should buzz off if we're next to Siegmeyer. Yeah, they seem stuck. Okay. Tiny Boots understands. His fight's really saddening. Limp sad. Ahoy, Boots. Alright, Tim. Hope you enjoy your adventure with your puppy. I can't say that word out loud, otherwise I'll get accosted by my own. So thank you for dropping in as always, and have a good day. And a good weekend as well. Hopefully we'll see you next time. We'll look at him this way, but it's just not going to work out very. You can like see through his arms, I guess. His arm, his spalders, pauldrons, whatever they're called.
Oh ho! Excuse me, I was so absorbed in thought I just drifted away. You see, I'm actually in a bit of a fix. I've made it this far, but I'm short on antidote moss for the trip back. By my knighthood, I'm ashamed to ask, but can you spare a few scraps of moss? Fantastic! Thank you. A saint you are. This Knight of Katarina expresses his deepest gratitude. I shall not forget this. Please, take this, a symbol of my appreciation.
Get the Pier Shield? I totally forgot he actually gives us part of his equipment.
Well, our fates do seem entwined, don't they? Perhaps this, too, is the will of Lord Gwyn.
So, I think it's really unfortunate that they placed Siegmeyer here of all places, because once you get the Lord Vessel, there's really not a ton of incentive to warp back to Blighttown, and he's really easy to miss here, so yeah. Especially since if you unlock the bonfires with the Daughters of Chaos, and since you can't warp to the other Blighttown bonfire, you just get kind of stuck.
The poison swamp. It's like quicksand in there. The poison swamp. It's like quicksand in there.
Alright, so with Siegmeyer's stuff pretty much done, we'll find him later on in Lost Isolate. And it's interesting that he says, like, this might be the will of Lord Gwyn, so that kind of just reinforces the fact that, like, the followers of Katarina in the Way of White do believe in Gwyn as their, like, kind of chief deity, despite there being, like, Allfather Lloyd, I guess. Okay, I think that was it. Let's go warp back. And then we'll start to head into New Londo. And then I'll save Scum before that. To show off a little bit more of the Crestfallen Warrior. Elda said, do we think that the fragrant branch of Yor comes from arc trees? I actually don't really have strong feelings about that. Maybe. And man, your boy is a pretty boss, able to sleep on his feet like some sort of martial cow. I don't know what you mean by martial cow, but okay. Oh yeah, because cows sleep standing up on their feet. Okay, never mind. That makes kind of sense. Ziona says, you might not know about the Firekeeper bonfire since it's behind an illusory wall. Yeah, that too. But if you killed Ceaseless Discharge, you could also go to the Demon Ruins and still miss Sigmar. It's just really kind of an annoying place, which I think overall, for his questline. But that's kind of how they do sometimes. They put people in weird places at different times. Okay, yeah, we're gonna save out. Crispin, welcome in. You've said you've seen plenty of people sleep in the Tokyo Metro, even standing. They probably modeled him after that, lol. He is like on a wall. Wait, no, he's like swinging around while he sleeps. It is kind of weird. Fiona says, you don't think the Demon Ruins bonfire is transportable? I'm pretty sure it was. I mean, I might be misremembering, but I'm pretty confident that one was. Or is it the next one? I don't remember if I got that other bonfire after the Chaos Daughter Covenant. Pretty sure one of those you can be teleported to. Alright, so I'm going to do something a little bit unorthodox here. So I suppose this isn't terribly important, but some people were wondering if when NPCs go hollow, if they end up dropping less souls, which might be worth like checking out. So that's what I'm going to do. Go ahead and turn our HUD back on. I guess we don't need the HUD on to test it out. But why not? Because it'll be right there.
How's your rat? You have some nerve. I may be crestfallen, but I'm not defenseless, you rascal. Not too shabby.
Okay, so we only get 1,000 from him.
I think you've done me a favor.
And it's funny because I say only 1,000 this time when I was like, oh, this is a lot of souls. Probably like the first time we killed him. Yeet. Stella B says, you've almost fallen asleep while walking before, so maybe you just really needed a nap. You punched that one invisible flying demon. Perception's sure are keen. That's the unorthodox move. Jumping off the cliff like that, yep. They need to remove this one, put Havel's back on.
Did you ring the... Maybe it's time I do something about it.
So now I wonder if he just will like spawn in New Londo ahead of us. If not, no big deal. If so, it's just kind of funny. Sigmar confirms sleep apnea suffering. Yeah. And so they do kind of keep his sleeping in with Dark Souls 3 with Sigward sleeping all the time, although he makes a bigger show of it. The boy down here yet? Can't tell. Yeah, okay. So we totally teleported here before us, and now he's hollow. Actually, let's equip our lantern. Show him off. This jerk. He doesn't drop anything. Oh, damn it! And I just got a few more souls. So he drops a hell of a lot more souls when he's hollow. Oh, damn it! I didn't kill myself, did I? No, it was 1,000 because we were like 60, 62 before. So he probably drops the exact same amount of souls. If you guys really want me to double check it, I will, but it's 1,000, I'll say. The New Londo is really annoying. It's got the blue torches, which is probably a sign of being affiliated with the afterlife. And as we come through here, we'll be accosted by the ghosts. We already got the Firekeeper soul. And in order to kill these ghosts, you need to become quote-unquote cursed yourself. So you can curse your body, apparently, or you can also use the transient curses. I don't think I have the shortcut unlocked, so I probably can't use the one thing. Do you think the Crestfallen knew about the Dark Race? I don't know. That's a good question. I feel like if you're in the world of Dark Souls, people probably should know about them to some degree, but they probably don't as well. So I'm not trying to fight the ghosts just now because I've only got the 2 transient curses and I really need to get into the one chapel. So I'm going to try to save my resources for there. And then come about things a different way. Damn, they're fast. Okay, well we kicked our ladder. That's all I wanted. Did they really just go away? Well, this is nothing, I'm pretty sure. Nameless Soldier Soul. And I guess I should have equipped my thing. It'll all be good. You can jump over the gap. It's really easy to screw up and kind of pointless though, so I didn't do it. Way. So we're definitely safe over here. With the composite bow and some large arrows. Ironically, do need some arrows. I think we need the key before we can like open up everything, but at least this is a decent enough spot to stop and put on our transient curse. Okay, we're okay with our health for now. Yeah, so I don't know if Crestfallen knew about the Dark Wraiths, but I feel like with all the stuff with the Four Kings, people probably should. But I don't think he was trying to... Oh, yeah, maybe he got sucked by a Dark Wraith? Is that what you're saying? Okay. He said, you think Crestfallen might have tried to form a pact with the Dark Wraith, since his leaving dialogue is very ominous and he just hollows in New Londo? And it says, who do you think the statues of are of at the bottom of the New Londo elevator shaft? I needed to look at them before I say. Old said, do you think the Crestfallen warrior is sad because he made the doll and then he became hidden? Maybe. Tiny Boot said, or use the cursed greatsword of Artorias to kill the ghost. Yeah, let me just pull that out of my inventory right now. Alright. Can't pull this right now. Contraption does not move. We don't have the key. And the master key doesn't work on that one, I don't think. I think you do need to go see Ingvard. It's just a little bit annoying. Maybe it does. I don't remember. If so, that would have been cool because we could have just bought it from Shiva and then been done with all this. This is the noob trap for now. Let's leave that be. We need to go inside our church. All our ghosts and goblins. Oh, damn it. That wasn't very slick. But we did unlock the shortcut, so it'll be fine. Alexander says, maintain that crestfallen simply is finally snapped because he had given up and he finally succumbed. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel the game makes it sound, but I think it's a cool idea that he could have been sucked by like dark wraiths or something. But unfortunately, he will go hollow before we drain out the entire area, and the dark wraiths don't really extend beyond what we get. But you could use the cursed ghost knife, which you need to be cursed to kill the ghost and get ho-ho. That's what equipped rather than spend the transients. I mean, other than here, there's really no place where we need to use the transients. And I could just buy some from, I think, the ghost lady, not ghost lady, the undead merchant in the depths. Or like on the way to the depths. Oh yeah, and we're supposed to talk to Rickard. I forget about him because he's kind of a inconsequential unless you're doing like the sorcery stuff or magic weapons. It is also a little bit annoying that you can't just like imbue your weapons with like the blessed stuff to kill the ghosts. Because that would have been fine in my opinion, but I'm pretty sure that isn't a thing. If it is, I'll be shocked. You too often get sucked in the shady, waterlogged portions of the town. So, okay, we got good RNG with the first two ghosts and ghouls. Oh, this was always the frame killer in Prepare to Die edition. Like, all the ghosts would spawn in and then start chasing you, and the frames would just tank. It would take like 10 seconds to climb up that ladder. So let's do our ghostly crap. So this area is going to kind of suck. Don't die, don't die. Stop it. Holy crap. Well, that's also part of the reason for saves coming, so okay, I'll use my transient curse before I go in the door. I just got stun locked. That's funny. Kristen says either that or Framp smells so bad he hollows from that. He makes it seem that way, but the other NPCs stick around at least. And speaking of Framp smell, I would almost assume he probably smells like souls or something, just because he eats a bunch of random stuff and gives us souls for it. But I could definitely be wrong about that. Ziona says, you're just confused as to why Crestfallen goes to New Londo in the first place. He can go pretty much anywhere else, but decides New Londo is the best place. Same place with Koth. Yeah. Well, he says he's crestfallen and he's given up. Maybe he just knows he's about to go hollow. So it might be a place where he assumes he's not going to hurt other people. Who knows? But I do like the idea that he might have tried to get affiliated with Dark Wraiths or Koth, or that he could have been like drained of his humanity by the Dark Race. I know there's really nothing in the game which suggests that, though. Framps should really see a dentist for that halitosis. Everyone knows all the Nessus made a covenant with Koth. Can't see how yellow your teeth are in the dark. Poop is the most fragrant and memeable thing he eats, yeah. So they definitely improved this portion of the game. So the ghosts are actually pretty frail. Damn it, why do they keep hitting me so hard? Oh, the grabs. I forgot about the grabs. Am I gonna die? Maybe. So the real dangerous one is that there's like a ghost up as you climb the ladder. And that can like knock you down really easily and screw up the run. I think there's one ghost left. I think we should have enough buff to get through it. If not, it's going to be really annoying. Okay, so maybe it already came down. Okay, so we should be good. Let's wait for our buff to expire and then talk to our buddy Ingvard. Just watches us do all this needless crap. And the ghosts don't give a ton of souls either, which is pretty annoying. Maybe it's time I do something about it. Sounds ominous to you. Crispin says so dentists are dark race. Explains why one tried to shove his fist into your mouth. Crestfallen also pondered if he should take up the quest again, and maybe he failed and hollowed. If only we could go back in time and see New Londo before it was a dark waterlogged suckle that was just a dry dark suckle. Crispin says, aha, he went down to New Londo 7-Eleven to buy Framp some dental floss and Oral-B. Dang, this buff lasts a lot longer than I remembered. Alright, well, whatever. Let's just talk to Ingvard. It's a good angle for it, though. Question. Probably just like this.
Well, this is a surprise. I get few visitors, save for ghosts. You have the Lord Vessel. Very impressive. I know exactly what your intentions are. You seek the four kings whom I guard over. This is the key to the seal. The four kings slumber in the deepest chamber of the ruins. Use this key to break the seal and open the floodgates. Oh, and do not forget, the dark wraiths reside in a dark void called the Abyss. But the Abyss is no place for ordinary mortals. Although, long ago, the knight Artorius traversed the Abyss. If you can find him and learn from him, the Abyss may prove surmountable.
That's why we did all the stuff with Seath, or not Seath, but Sif.
Hello there. What is it? The key to the seal is now in your hands. I will help you in any way possible.
So he can heal curses. Maybe the transient curse lasts until we die. Maybe they changed that? Because I didn't think it lasted that long. And he sells them. Did I ever actually read these? So this is a limb of the victim of a curse. Temporary curse allows engagement with ghosts. The only way to fight back against ghosts who are cursed beings is to become cursed oneself. The safest method, however dreadful, is to cut off an arm of the dead. So, just quick translation note. The term that they used for dead here uses like the same term that they call Nito dead. So like dead beings as opposed to like an undead. So why that kind of works, I don't really know, but just letting you guys know since I don't know, it was interesting to me. Then the resist cursed miracle. No, this is sorcery? Interesting. Huh. I guess that kind of makes sense. I would have assumed it was a miracle just because of the way that it functions, but this is sorcery of the red-robed Remedition Ingvard, guardian of the seal in New Londo. Sacrifice humanity to undo curse. Abhorrent curses eat away at the core of one's very existence, and cleansing oneself of curses is no easy task indeed. So as I've said on recent streams, I feel like the nature of the curse is life itself. We do have the crestfallen warrior tell us, in Japanese at least, that the curse is the product of the accumulation of undead life. And so, with life being drawn toward life, it would kind of make sense that the way to get rid of the curse is to siphon it into another form of life. And so that's probably why we need to sacrifice humanity to get rid of it, or use the purging stones. It all does kind of end up tying together in interesting ways. I guess we still have one more transient curse. Interesting, okay. Oh, now it's expired. May as well buy a couple.
New Londo was sacrificed to contain the Dark Wraiths. Mark my words, the Dark Wraiths are the enemies of man and any living thing that has a soul. They were never meant to roam again.
I guess I should look at his dialogue sometime in Japanese. Probably not now, because we're running low on time, but...
New Londo was sacrificed to contain the Dark Wraiths. Mark my words, the Dark Wraiths are the enemies of man, and they...
But also, his knowledge of the Dark Wraiths might be limited. Just because, they don't exactly go for souls as much as they do humanity. But I mean, those might just be two sides of the same coin after all. Like, that's what they talk about quite a bit in the games. So, oh yeah, we did pick up that key, and yeah, that was one thing that I did notice just as we looked at those jerks. As we looked at or as we picked it up, I thought it did kind of remind me of like the Ringed City crest. So let me go pick up some of the items. I still have got my curse on. Is there like a doorway over here? Nice. Okay. Okay, I'm kind of remembering now. First bite ring. Pretty good one. How cool the white aura overrides the green one. Let's go pick up that item that was way up top again. Go undo our seal thing. And be golden. Oh, don't want to do that. That's a little bit dangerous. It can be done, but it's dicey. Actually, I might want to go over there right now. We've got the curse effect on. Titanite shard, and then we get like ambushed. Unless we've already been ambushed. It's possible. Cheapskate only buying 2, yeah. Not having more souls to buy more than 2. But I mean, this is pretty much the only time you need the transient curses. Some humanity, just chilling. Oh yeah, and we need to jump on top of the roof again. Although I guess you can use them over in the other building as well. I'll probably need to do that at some point. We get a rare ring of sacrifice, so the fact that the rare ring of sacrifice can be found in multiple locations leads, like, I think it kind of diminishes some of the importance of where it's found in other locations, like in Sen's Fortress, but that doesn't mean to say that it doesn't have any significance either. Here's the key to the seal, and I should totally read that as well. So now we'll be in a safe spot. Oh yeah, I can't make it any bigger. So it does kind of remind me of the symbol of like the ringed city, but it has like an extra little cross section going through it, which isn't like too big of a deal. Emlyn says, when you drain New Londo, don't forget there's the rope ladder outside the gate. Yeah. Available only on cost only, friends. Ingrid's a real weirdo, but he has the drip. He sees you holding the gigantic lord vessel. Yeah. Does the key remind you of the Londor crest? Do you think the preacher arm could hurt the ghosts? Never thought about that. That's a good question. Well, you can use souls with it, so maybe. But my gut feeling would say no, but I don't know if... I don't think there's any mechanics like that in Dark Souls 3 where you need like transient curses to kill undead things, now that I think about it. Do you think the amygdala arm could hurt the ghost? Probably, because it's got that arcane stat. Withota, welcome in. You said, it's weird we can't just fight the ghost right away. We are cursed undead after all. Yeah, so there's a difference between being undead and cursed undead versus like this other kind of curse, I guess. Which is really annoying to try to figure out why it works that way. Amygdala has poor mercy on the bastard, so probably not. Katie says, desiccating a corpse is taboo and often in legend leads to being cursed. Yeah. Amygdalas can hurt the ghosts in the chalice dungeons. Everything leads to curses in the legends of old, Katie, including being kind to strangers. That's also true. The ghost chain scythe arms still freak you out for some reason. Why didn't that rare ring break? Isn't it the one that breaks when you die? I wasn't wearing it, but... maybe somebody didn't have it equipped because they thought it was too precious to use. That's how I am with my items. You have the key to the learning annex? Yeah, that's... We've already used that and shown that off. So this is the key to the seal, key to the floodgates of New Londo, which seal away the 4 kings who fell to the dark. The sealers flooded New Londo to banish the dark wraiths and the 4 kings. The agonizing decision was made with the realization that countless lives and the robust culture of the city would be lost. The victims now roam the ruins as ghosts. I guess one of the things that just kind of occurred to me with all of this is, despite the New Londo being flooded with water to contain the dark, the water still can contain the dark, which is a bit weird. You'd almost assume, like, more stuff could still flow out of it if it's really, like, if the dark is kind of all present and can, like, phase in between realities. Like, why would water really stop it? Especially since they're kind of away from fire, but... And the abyss is described as being, like, liquidy or not being able to dry at times. But, I guess that's not too important. It's just a random thought that I had right now. So we've now undid the flooding of New Londo. You can pull the lever, and then this will allow us to like explore the front, although I never really do it that way. If I just go to the Four Kings, I just jump off like the bridge. As we look out, we can see the Valley of the Drakes, which I guess I haven't really shown off before here. Oops. Screwing up all my items over here. I can't zoom down any further. Or scroll down, whatever. Pan down. We get 3 drakes over there, and that leads over into like the Darkroot Basin and whatnot. And over by Blight Town. We can show that off on another stream. Because there's really not much point of going down there after doing what we've done so far in the playthrough. The rope ladder, I don't remember. That was like up here. It definitely wasn't before. Okay, that's the ladder over there. So where the hell that water comes from, I don't really know. It's probably being contained in the walls, so once we opened it in the Valley of the Drakes, it like goes down the little cavern there. It would have been really cool if it like led into Lost Izalith or like Blight Town or something, but it only really affects this area, unfortunately. Crispin says, maybe it's to do with water being associated with cleansing and purifying, maybe. But also when it's like still and stagnant, it tends to have like the impurities come up. Alda says, water is often used to ward evil spirits as they can't cross it. It's also used to cleanse rituals like in Shinto and Orthodox priests. Yes. And then Tiny Boot says, you believe that the reason why your characters die when they fall into water is the same reason why the waters are able to contain the dark? Deep lore of why we can't swim. I like it. Stella says, it could have been more about stopping people. It would have been spreading the abyss more than the abyss naturally seeping out over time. You know, I understand that. I'm just saying, like, nobody in this universe can swim. Katie says, it's probably that the dark race can't spread, and they're the real danger. It might have something to do with soul dregs. Water extinguishes any flame, plus thus the dark has no flame to feed itself. Maybe. So this is like the front entrance of New Londo. There are going to be dark wraiths which will come attack us. So that's the Dark Hand. Definitely looks a lot more like translucent in this one. I don't remember exactly what it looks like in Prepare to Die edition, but you can see in Dark Souls 3 it's like super red and all that. And so going forward through this way first doesn't lead to anywhere for Estus. We'll go this way first, I think. Oh no, this will lead back over. Well, I think it kind of loops around if I remember. Screw all these pots. I thought there was like a hidden spot. Chill out, please. It's scaring me. So that's Dark Hand. Probably should show that off in one of the times we fight these things. Oh, so it only takes 2 hits? Okay, sweet. So this will like lead into like a chamber, or not chamber, chapel type area, and I think there's like a mound of corpses type things that's kind of worth showing off, and then there's like 2 or 3 dark wraiths in there, and maybe this is where we also get the ember, although I thought the ember was up higher. I don't remember exactly. I think we might need to like run around to get it. Someone says, you think the way down you take to the Four Kings used to be a way to the Izalith? Do you think it connected to the dead and at the Fair Lady? And ended at? You think it connected to the dead end at the Fair Lady? Huh. I wonder. Yeah, that... maybe. Elda said, dark wraiths can be considered evil spirits. Maybe they can't cross water? Oops. But you guess that's only the running water, though. Maybe. I mean, you guys might be onto something there with, like, why the water can keep them all at bay. Better than anything I had so far. But I also just randomly thought of this. Stella said, Dark Wraiths not drowning, just walking around underwater is such a funny visual. Yeah. Mathota said, the Dark Wraiths have just been chilling underwater all this time? Apparently. Effervescent, welcome back. You said you should put the Gold Serpent ring on, LP. You might get the real lucky and get a Titanite slab. I mean, with us only using the Zweihander, I'm not too worried about it, because I think we've already got a slab, but yeah. We already picked one up. And also, if I switch out my rings, I can't walk around with our cosplay set on. And Tiny Boot said, the giants in DS2 are the only species we know of that can cross the waters without boats. You're still going strong? You bet you missed everything? Yeah. We're probably going to end pretty shortly here. I think this room was the annoying one. Maybe there isn't the big thing? What do I want to do? How many souls do I have? Okay, not too much. So if I die, it's not the biggest of deals. A double doink. Okay, so that's the cool thing that I was talking about. But there's another Dark Wraith. Okay, over there. He walked up towards us. I don't remember if this thing can kill us. Oh, he's got the giant angry skulls. So this thing, you can see like a giant face in it. Do I still have my lantern? Yes. Actually, now that I think about it, it kind of reminds me of like Aldia from the little that I've seen of him. It's made out of a bunch of like corpses. It kind of reminds... Oh, it spits out the friggin' skulls. That's so cool. I didn't know that. And it's got a giant spear that it can just shoot out of its mouth. This is really one of the cooler enemies, and I'm pretty sure these don't respawn. Even slash? And I'm pretty sure it doesn't get hurt by its own bellies. So, aside from all that stuff, which I've already mentioned, they kind of also reminds me of Aldrich, obviously, because he's a bunch of body parts into like a dark glob. We got pretty good footage of that, actually. I'm kind of glad. Okay. So I think we should be good in this area now. I think there might be the ghosts up top which will chase us if we go up these steps, so maybe we're not completely good. Or maybe I just... Ooh! Fell to my death before. No, 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 no. Okay. I thought I was dead. Almost. 2 of those left. Okay. And I thought there was a corpse in here with an item. No. If not, I'm pretty confident the Ember is like up there in a chest that we can't get to. This way, we need to go upstairs. I think we needed to jump, and that's kind of what I was worried about, because I don't remember if the ghosts come. Let's go ahead and put on our transient curse again. Our last one. Effervescent says, also, you know that small structure jutting away from the ghost house up top of New London? If you look out from the left of it with the broken platform, that's a super fast shortcut to the Four Kings. Oh, New Londo. I'm like, London? No, I have no idea. Yeah, that's usually what I do. I jump off like where the little break in the thing is, and just kind of run directly to the Four Kings that way. So thank you for pointing that out. Okay, so there's this corpse. Some humanity. Which one do I want to use? Oh, okay, okay. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. So this one just goes all the way to the top, right? So this is kind of a mistake. Yeah, okay. So we do want to go all the way back down. We probably have a bunch of angry ghosts spawning at me now since I just did that. Oop, almost YOLO'd myself off. I think there's some ghosts on the side of the wall. A brave warrior. If I remember correctly, I need to like run and jump over there. Maybe I don't need to jump at all. Oh, maybe I do. Okay, I need to go up those steps. I obviously did not come this way multiple times on my platinum run. Just did it the once and was like, never again. I think this is the ember, and then that is just some random treasure, doesn't matter. Sweet, the very large ember. So now we can get up to plus 15. This is the real reason for coming this way. So that was the ghost I was thinking. So we can go up that elevator and do all that. To get rid of the ghost that's chasing me, though. Wait, was that lightning? Ghosts have lightning? Ghosts have lightning. Wait, she has a baby. She has a lightning baby. I had no idea. She had a lightning baby, guys. Ghosts have lightning babies. I feel like the double rainbow dude. What does this mean? With max discovery, the chance of Dark Race dropping a slab is 0.5%. Dang. Okay, you picked up what you're asking? Okay. You didn't know I didn't know that? Praise the lightning baby? No. Oh, Virgo controls the elements. No, I totally didn't realize that some of the ghosts had lightning babies. A little bit lucky there. Oh, jerk. So let's come down this way. Should be fine, I think. Oh yeah, I just didn't pick this one up. Okay. And then there's the one over there. Parrying dagger. Her buff probably won't last a crazy amount much longer. Oh, we get some more curses. Okay. I totally didn't remember you can get curses there. So I think there might have been some more treasure over here, which I didn't get from down below. Getting grabbed. Hey, sweet. Oh, okay, there's treasure down there. Okay, so now we should be okay. There's no real reason to come over here, I think. So we can get that from the inside, I suppose. Or we could just drop down now, but we might die. How many souls do we have? 15,000. I'm just gonna go back and then go level up the weapon a bit. I don't remember how many chunks we have, but we're all low on resources. Damn it. I was trying to use the homeward bone. Kinda spaced out. Praise the lightning baby. Wasn't there an illusory wall in there? I don't think so. If there is, I mean, I don't remember it. Let's go see our boy Andre. So yeah, part of the reason I was a little bit mind blown with the lightning baby is because, I mean, it was a ghost carrying a baby, which is, you know, kind of cool. But just the one Hawkshaw video when he talks about, like, the only lightning we see comes from, like, Anor Londo, when I was like, we've got the very clear example of the Drakes in the Valley of the Drakes with lightning breath, but, you know, they were cut from Anor Londo at one point. So you might have still had a point there, but at least with the lightning babies, that's even more of a criticism against some of his claims. Not that I'm, like, trying to really bash him, it's just he's wrong. I don't know.
Well, I'll be. That's a brilliant ember you've got there. For all my years in the trade, that might be the finest. How's about you leave that ember with me? I'm just an old smith. I'd give my left arm for a gem like that. Oi, where are you off to?
I forgot to read it. Is this a key item? Yeah, this is a key item. Oh, and we can give this one to Vamos and Rickert. So, very large ember is an ember required for weapon ascension. Huge ember of highest quality, handled by the blacksmith of Astora. Ascension for plus 10 standard weapon allows for reinforcement to 15, on par with the greatest weapons of legend. So it's really, there's really not a ton to say about that. As to why it was in New Londo, who knows, but yeah, who knows.
What's going on with you? Oh yes, and one other thing about the Darkroot Garden. It is said to house the grave of Sir Artorius, the Abyss Walker. Only, of those who ventured into the forest, none has returned.
I need to give him the damn thing.
Oh yes. Oi, where
Damn
are you
it.
off to? What's going on? I'll be seeing you. Well, I see. 'Tis a pity, but perhaps you'd... No, it's quite all right. Quite all right, indeed.
Our husbando is so sad.
I'll be seeing you then. Well, thank you mightily for that. Now, just leave the rest to me. Andre of Astora gets the job done. You shall see.
So we can do it. We can make our big boys Zweihander. But yeah, that's a lot more damage, which will be nice for the kings. I need more chunks though at this point. But if the Dark Wraiths can drop them, we can probably get them from them, I'd assume. Okay. Let's go ahead and repair everything. So that should be everything.
Don't get yourself killed. Neither of us want to see you go hollow.
Let's go back to Firelink Shrine. And then we'll probably call it for today. And, go start off with the Four Kings on the next run through. And then Nito. And all of the Dark Wraith stuff, I suppose. Yeah, that's probably what we'll end up doing. I'll figure it out more as we go forward. Elda says, don't Titanite demons hurl lightning? Yeah, but I mean, you can make the argument that they were made by the blacksmith deity, so it's a god item, so that's why they can use lightning, but yeah, you make a decent point there. Elda says, so they sacrifice undead to make bonfires or something? That bone came from an undead that doesn't come back? Oh, which bone are you talking about? And Tiny Boot says, you think the bones came from non-undead humans in your opinion? There's bones in the bonfires? You think they'd give you a deal or a freebie whenever you give people an ember for crying out loud? Yeah. Alright everybody, so once again, thank you all for stopping in, and hopefully we'll see you next time. It will be continuing on Monday most likely at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I hope you all stay safe until then, and if you forget, it is Mother's Day this weekend, so here's a little bit of a heads up in case you forgot. Because I wouldn't have forgotten, but it's just easy to forget sometimes. So take care, and hopefully we'll see you next time.